Now, one of the most important revealers of this kind of information that I'd like to introduce to you at this time, and to whom this program is definitely dedicated, as are others in this series of Origins and Oracles, is Jordan Maxwell, who spent his whole life researching and uncovering this kind of information so that humanity might again see the true light of reason and might win in this intellectual, spiritual war against the adversaries that seek our ruination. I've often said that if we were to build statues in bronze to Jordan throughout the world, that would only be going a small way to honoring the service to humanity of this remarkable Magi, this true Magi of our times. Those who are familiar with Jordan's work know absolutely that he alone deserves the term the most controversial speaker in the world. One of the most important things that he has brought out in his work is that there are connections, there are occult secrets. There is an occult origin of religion, business, and government. He says in his own words that religion and politics are but two hands serving the same brain. And Jordan Maxwell has been one of the most courageous individuals to show you how the workings of that brain and exactly what plan that brain has for the future. Tony Bushby, in his Secret in the Bible, says that in the 4th century, leading advocates of the Christian church developed a secret worship from which a major portion of the public was excluded, and the custom of communicating only a portion of the community became known as the disciplinae arcanae, or the discipline of the secret. The privacy of these sacred rites performed was guarded with the utmost care from the obtrusive eyes of all who were not qualified to be present. So like Jordan Maxwell has uncovered, like other scholars are researching and finding out, there was a secret tradition within Christianity. And that Christianity itself, I mean, you only have to watch any even Cecil B. DeMille movie coming out of the 50s in America to realize that in relationship to all the other cults and powers and nations, for instance the Romans, Christianity is clearly a conspiratorial organization, a secret organization with a great many mysteries. They had to use symbols to communicate with each other. They were being suppressed. They had to meet in secret, and they were having to disguise their original intentions. And yet today, anyone else who happens to, in our modern age, anybody who else who tends to be like that are considered to be negative or evil. Yet Christianity in its inception was nothing but a secret society. Now, Dr. Lawrence Buck, in Mystic Masonry, he also talks about Christianity's hidden traditions. He says, there was always an exoteric portion given out to the world, to the uninitiated, and an esoteric portion reserved for initiates, that was revealed only in degrees, accordingly as the candidate demonstrated his fitness to receive, conceal, and rightly use the knowledge so imparted. Few professed Christians are aware, perhaps, that such was the case with Christianity during the earliest centuries. And St. Gregory, that's the Bishop of Constantinople in 540 to 604 AD, said, you have heard as much of the mystery as we are allowed to speak openly in the ears of all. The rest will be communicated to you in private, and that you must retain within yourself. Our mysteries are not to be made known to strangers. One of the greatest personalities within the Jewish culture and tradition and religion is Rabbi Moses Maimonides, and he says, every time that you find in our books a tale, the reality of which seems impossible, a story that is repugnant to both reason and common sense, then be sure that the tale contains a profound allegory, veiling a deep, mysterious truth, and the greater the absurdity of the letter, the deeper the wisdom of spirit. Whoever shall find out the true sense of the book of Genesis ought to take care not to divulge it. If a person should discover the true meaning of it by himself, or by the aid of another, then he ought to be silent. For if he speaks, he ought to speak of it only obscurely, in an enigmatical manner, as I do myself. So just know at this stage that if you're a well-meaning Christian who has been following this particular paradigm, understand that there is a hierarchy involved here, and that it's not an egalitarian process, this game of religion. You're being told only what you need to know. From their own words, from the horse's mouth, you have it, that there is an esoteric and an exoteric tradition here. And you may not be privy to that. You may not have earned that right. So be very careful then when you say that what you know here is the whole truth. Because those who are telling you to say that, and those who are giving you this information, they may know something more, something that you don't know. The whole thing is based on mystery. Now what Jordan Maxwell has brought out in his incredible researches and work is the fact that were in the ancient world not one power structure, but many. And Jordan speaks specifically of the 4 great cults of power. And those are known as the stellar cult, the lunar cult, the solar cult, and the Saturnian cult. And absolutely, fundamentally, no knowledge whatsoever of our times now can be had without an understanding of the role and the origin and the power of these cults. Now, you won't be finding that information in most of the textbooks. There are books from previous centuries that do contain it, but those books and those writers have been sequestered and persecuted. We hope to bring that gnosis to you today, so that you have an insight into where all of this comes from, so you can make sense of all this malarkey. But the cults of power are very, very important. But of course we do find mention of them in other areas, if we know where to look. For instance, in the tarot cards, if you take out the cards of the major arcana, and you look at them in order, you will find that the first 4 cards represent the 4 cults. The most early cult was called the stellar cult, and that is ruled by the first card, the magician, actually showing one of the stellar cult magi. And those who are familiar with the tarot have always wondered at some of the meanings of these incredible symbols. The second card shows the high priestess with her crescent moon, and that relates to the lunar cult. The 5th card, if you go a little bit further on, a few down, you'll find that the Hierophant, or the Pope there, is a reference to the Saturnian cult. The card number 5. And card number 4, the one before that, is a reference to the Emperor, or the solar cult. So we have the creators of the tarot, we have the creators of one of these most powerful divination tools, actually commemorating the cults of antiquity. The first cult was the one that lasted the longest, and some people estimate that it lasted for almost 25,000 years. It's a very ancient cult, and it was known as the stellar cult. As I said, the next one down the line, and of course a lot of these existed contemporaneously, but the next cult of great importance was the lunar cult. And the lunar cult, the females, both in the stellar and the lunar cult, the women, had kept high office. And we'll be talking about that cult a little bit later. Then we have what is known as the Saturnian cult. This is where Judeo-Christianity actually arises. The origins of the whole Jewish philosophy arise out of the Saturnian cult, the worship of the planet Saturn. It's one of the reasons why they worship on Saturn's Day. And the solar cult, which is now in hegemony, and which came out of the ancient world, worship the sun, the solar cult. And we still commemorate that cult by worshipping on the sun day. Again, if we turn to the Bible, we see the connections there. In Revelation 22, Jesus is saying in his own words, I am the root and offspring of David, and the bright and morning star. I'm the bright and morning star. You can't worship it, you can't mention it, you can't practice astrology. That's all meant to be taboo and evil and satanic. But it's okay for Jesus to say, I'm identifying myself with the heavens, with the stars. Everyone knows the morning star is Venus, or the sun. So 3 important things to remember at this stage about Christianity is that it originally was an occult theology, clandestine and suppressed. It was a consolidation of numerous Asian and Oriental pagan doctrines, or what we might want to call cults, in the true sense of the word, not the way it's being used today, that word. And outside of normal fanaticism, most of its founders and adherents had no intention of it becoming any kind of universal religion. Jordan Maxwell, in his Secret Societies and Toxic Religion, gives us a précis of the whole issue of the cults. He says that the leaders of the 7 great cults, of course there was 4 great cults of power, but there was about 7 cults in all, and we'll be dealing with that a little bit later also. 4 great cults, but altogether 7 cults were the origin of the modern theocratic and religious ideas. Now he says that the leaders of these 7 great cults of power, that's the 7 churches, decided that rather than fighting amongst themselves for supremacy over the ancient world, that they should combine forces. In fact, each cult feared that they could be deposed if the others conspired in concert against it. This conjunction of cults did not happen immediately or quickly. It took several centuries. The Old Testament contains the story of this coming together. The elite dynasties of these cults operate through their descendants in this world today and are extremely powerful. Alvin Boyd Kuhn refers to this coming together. He says, at the precise time at which Christianity was being formulated, okay, that's about 0 AD, we're told. I mean, we have a very specific date here. At that precise time at which Christianity was being formulated, powerful currents of economic, social, and religious forces had come into play, the operation of which precipitated a swift and drastic shifting of the center of gravity, so to say, in religious values and motivations. And what Jordan Maxwell is talking about is actually accurate. In the same way as any syndicate or any corporation, any merger takes place, it could be through fear. It's not done for the love of humanity, it's done out of saving one's own hide. The idea that if your rivals all gang up together, you'll be out of business. So, indignantly, but out of necessity, you congregate. You create what is known as the first conglomerate in the world. And most interesting, one of the most fascinating anecdotes brought to light is the place of this coming together. The place of the coming together of these great cults we know today to be Israel. Israel is made up of names that derive connotatively from those cults. Israel literally comes from the words Isis, Ra, and El. And Isis was the moon goddess, Ra the sun, and El was the name of the god of the Saturnian cult, El. So Isis, Ra, and El, and their coming together was at Israel. It's not that it was so much topographically at a certain place. What we know as Israel, that word, Jacob, the concept of Israel, in all of its permutations, not just a geographical location, represents this movement of coming together of some power cults. So when you say Israel, we need to stop thinking it's just about a certain place or what we've been given. It's the understanding of the coming together of great cults of power in order that they could control the trade routes, in order to be able to control the minds of man. And they thought they could do that a lot better working in concert. Because let it be known that this kind of power that we're under today did not come about overnight. Friedrich Nietzsche, the great German philosopher and also historian, he said that the Christian church is an encyclopedia of prehistoric cults. Tony Bushby says that the Empire Rome gradually absorbed and adapted to its own ends the multitude of cults derived from all its parts, and over the ensuing centuries coupled them together as one, the Roman Universal Church. Today it is called the Roman Catholic Church. Henceforth, much of the literature then written was aimed at propagating a fabricated faith to the world and ensuring Roman emperors were given places as heads of church and state. So you can see from that yes, you may come together as cults, but of course one potentate would just love to rule the lot. You may have a coming together of a whole different schools, but any kind of coming together means that one individual would love to be the head, the top dog. And of course they don't mind fighting for that position amongst themselves. Jerry Mander, in his book, The Four Arguments for the Elimination of Television, says something very interesting. He says the Hebrews, emerging between 3000 and 2000 BC, won an important political victory by not denouncing what they called the worship of graven images. By destroying the power of the sculptures of the Sumerians and others who preceded them, they effectively destroyed nature-based religion and the veracity of the images. This made possible the substitution of an abstract, single, male, human, all-powerful God. Because it was a sin to create any sculpture of it, it maintained its abstract nature. Although they absorbed God, the Christians somewhat overcame this problem. They created the images of Jesus, a step backwards, or forwards, whatever way you want to look at it, towards paganism. So the Christians later decided, this whole debarring of imagery, of iconography, That's not working. We need to kind of bring that in to some extent. So we have the figure that modeled the image of Jesus. Of course, they didn't bring it in as a truth. They realized you can bring it in, but you can also manipulate that image. So even the image coming down to us out of the Bible of Jesus might also be part of this contrivance. It might not be accurate. In Jeremiah 18, we have what I believe is a passage that refers to this coming together. I believe that the Bible covertly talks about this unification of the cults. Let's just study this passage, for instance, and see if there is a connection, a correspondence. Jeremiah 18 says, "Then I went down to the potter's house, and behold, he wrought a work on the wheels, and the vessel that he made of clay was marred in the hands of the potter, so that he made it again, another vessel, as seemed good to the potter to make it. Then the word of the Lord came to me, saying, O house of Israel, can I not do with you as this potter? Saith the Lord, behold, as the clay is in the potter's hand, so are ye in my hand, O house of Israel. And at what instant I shall speak concerning a nation and concerning a kingdom to build and to plant it." Now, Madame Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, one of the world's finest and most literary beings, writers, and a major occultist, the creator of the Theosophical Society, in her volume, The Secret Doctrine, Volume 3, she says that every scholar must be aware that there are two distinct styles, two schools, so to speak, plainly traceable in the Hebrew Scriptures, the Elohistic and the Jehovistic. The portions belonging to these respectively are so blended together, so completely mixed up by later hands, that often all external characteristics are lost. Yet it is known that the two schools were antagonistic. Tony Bushby says, everything supernatural the presbyters wrote about their developing God could be traced to earlier religious beliefs. And Jordan Maxwell reminds us that there are at least 26 translations of the Bible itself in modern days. One can get an annotated Bible with footnotes featuring 26 different translations of each passage and verse. Today you can go and get it. You can go and get a companion Bible in which each passage can be translated in 26 different ways. Jordan Maxwell says in his presentation, The Dark Side of Jordan Maxwell, he says the authorized version of the Bible was called so because it was the only one that the people were allowed to read. He says it's authorized all right because you better not be caught reading any other one. King James has written it, he's published it, you better read it. It's authorized under pain of death. Now the story of the cults is again featured in the New Testament also, especially in the Nativity. In the Nativity, we hear the story about the birth of Jesus Christ. We find that he's visited by 3 wise men who bring with them 3 gifts of gold, frankincense, and myrrh. What we have to understand is that this is a propaganda story relating to the cults. Jesus Christ, that is now worshipped on Sun's Day, was the Sun King, the Solar King, that was being worshipped by the 3 members of the previous cults. He's been born in Bethlehem, but he's visited by 3 individuals, 3 kings. This is a story representing the homage being paid to him by the 3 cults who've been ruling before. And as a point of homage, they bring with them the symbols of the sun: gold, frankincense, and myrrh. Gold is obvious, it's gold, like the sun. But frankincense and myrrh were the incense and the resin that was burned in all the solar temples of the ancient world. The ancients used to love them because they were resinous, and they were golden and amber-like, so much so that they were even referred to as the tears of the sun. So these gifts that were being brought was a tribute to say, we acknowledge that there's a new game in town here. The Solar King is rising, and it's going to be the new paradigm. Now, the mythographers of the 4 cults decided to pacify each other by dividing the cycle of the year in a manner which would commemorate the deities and theocracies of each cult. Okay, so they're all getting together, but they know that in order to create harmony, they're going to have to make certain allowances. So, since they're all worshippers of the heavens, they're all worshippers of the stars, this is where their great original testament is. They decide to take the annual rotation of the sun and divide it and break it down into a way that would honor and commemorate each of the cults. So the year itself, that's the biggest rotation, was assigned to the solar cult, whose king is the sun. The next division of time, which was the months, just like the word shows you, month, mon, was assigned to the moon to appease the lunar cult and their deity. Then the next division of time was the week. And the week, of course, is made up of 7 days for the 7 planets, because the stellar cult worshipped the planets and the 7 great gods that were the 7 planets. So they get the week. That's why a week isn't just 3 days, 10 days, 15 days, 14 days, 6 days. It's 7 days. Now, each cult would have additional feast days assigned to them, of course, some which would closely coincide, others which were more specific. In fact, the hands of a clock also represent these cults and their division of time. That's right. Not only on a wristwatch do you have the 12 demarcated zones, but you have 3 hands on a clock. The hour hand for Horus, the sun, the min hand for minute, which was the ancient name of the moon, min, and the quick ticking hand, which is either for Mercury, the fastest god, or for the earth, for terrestrial time. The 3 hands of time. I want to emphasize again at this point that there was another little division on a timeline. It's very important to realize that if we create a timeline from, say, 25,000 years BC up until the period of the Ptolemies in Egypt, that's Alexandrian period, the last of the dynasties, what we call Egypt lasted that long. Starts 25,000 years ago and comes up to the time of the invasion of the Greeks. Something incredible must have been happening in that time, because we have to realize that that's a very long, expansive time. In fact, if you take every other age that came later, and I'm talking about the Alexandrian period, I'm talking about the Christian period, or the Grecian period, the Hellenistic period, the Romanesque period, the Renaissance, the Christian period that came then. We move into the neoclassical period, and then we have the modern age. Take it all. Multiply it by 3, and still the period that we know of Egypt was longer. But just for this moment in time, realize that there was another important division between these 4 great cults of power. As I said earlier, the stellar and the lunar cult had women as equals, and often women were the dominant rulers of the clans and the nations, and were in senior positions, mystically, religiously, and also politically. Whereas in the Saturnian and solar cult, and this is a key point to remember, the role of women was substantially diminished. We're going to see a little bit more of that later. Now, the male gods of Egypt and the pharaoh himself were ambassadors of the feminine goddess Numenon. Numenon just means presence or spiritual energy, something rare and otherworldly. So the male gods, and even the pharaoh himself, were merely ambassadors of that presence. The goddess was called by various names by different cults, of course. But Hermes, Thoth, Anubis, Horus, they were all agents of balance and justice. And that was a principle known as Maat, always symbolized by a feather or by the great scales of justice. The Egyptian historian and revisionist Mustafa Gadala, in his masterpiece Historical Deception, says that the Egyptian women were entrusted with the civilization. The woman, or princess, and not the male, was the legal heir to the throne, and the man she chose to marry would become the ruling pharaoh. Again, I want to point out that the word pharaoh means pharos nous. It comes from 2 Greek words. There's many, many meanings of this word, but it originated from the Greek pharos, meaning fire, and nous, meaning intelligence or mind. So it means fiery mind or enlightened mind, mind on fire. These were semi-enlightened or fully enlightened beings that were ruling their states. Unlike the stellar and lunar cults, which were ecocentric, egalitarian, and inclusive, the solar and Saturnian cults were anthrocentric, hierarchical, and exclusive. Due to their rescripting of the cosmological canon, the omnipresent goddess was made subservient to the all-powerful male god. The goddess figure was relegated to the role of consort or emanation. In many cases, the goddess was denigrated entirely into the temptress, the femme fatale, la belle dans sans merce, as they say in French, the seducer and waylayer of the male heroes. I mean, it goes to such an extreme that we have in the Bible that Adam is the father of all mankind. Eve, the female, if we can get our minds around this concept, of course, which is saying something, but the idea is that Eve comes from the male, Adam, not the other way around. So twisted and convoluted this story is. Well, then, equally radical must be the act of revision. Equally dramatic and courageous must we be in order to countermand this level of debauchery of an old and ancient and sacred canon. The master magician from the Victorian era, Aleister Crowley, in his book Liber 777, says that for some reason best known to themselves, the translators of the Bible have carefully crowded out of existence and smothered up every reference to the fact that deity is both masculine and feminine. They have translated the feminine plural by masculine singular in the case of the word Elohim. That's right, the word God originally, Elohim, one of the earliest names for God, was plural. It meant both male and female in Hebrew. But that's all right. We can flaunt that rule as well. You bring in a new game and that one can be destroyed also. Now this changeover, this paradigm shift from the stellar to the solar has more meaning and significance than just a mere historical anecdote. It also has consequences for the psychology of human beings. We don't have time to elaborate in detail, but certain scholars are discovering that this movement, this changeover from the ecocentric, matrifocal paradigm into the anthrocentric one, the hegemonic one, changed the way human beings thought. Literally, we moved from a right brain type of cognition into a left brain mode of cognition. We became more rational. We became more aggressive and acquisitive in our thinking. We started to think of ourselves as being separate from nature. It had a schizoid effect on our own consciousness. This also needs to be taken into consideration in this study. Eric Newman, in his book on the moon and matriarchal consciousness, says, the comparative passivity of matriarchal consciousness is not due to any incapacity for action, but rather to an awareness of subjection to a process in which it can do nothing, but can only let happen. It is an inner possession, realized and assimilated by the personality, but not easily discussed, for the inner experience behind it is scarcely capable of adequate verbal expression. For this reason, a plain and simple masculine consciousness finds the knowledge of matriarchal consciousness unverifiable, willful, and par excellence mystic. It isn't mystic. It's very practical. It's the most practical thing on earth. But to the viewing objective mind, that which appears to be passive, that which appears to be rooted in the being as opposed to the doing, is considered incomprehensible. Because this whole acquisitive mind think, this new way of approaching life and approaching reality as being separate from the natural order, cannot understand the feminine approach. If you suppress the feminine in yourself, you leave yourself open to being controlled. As D. Hollander, in his book Tarot for Beginners, writes, the high priestess uses her wisdom and understanding to enable others to find their own true path. The high priest uses his power to increase his authority over others. So there you have it in a nutshell. And that pretty much also sums up the whole Gnostic idea. The Gnostics did not convert sinners. They awoken the ready. When you're ready, you'll awaken, and it's perfectly natural. There was no idea that you were some sinner, that after you had matriculated, then you'd be ready to be converted. This carried no currency whatsoever in the ancient world, and the Gnostics, who are even surviving today, always let you know that man is his own priest, his own priestess. And of course he doesn't need an outward authority. But the Yahwistic side, the solar cult and Saturnian cults, had a very different agenda. In Isaiah 1, we read God saying, bring no more vain oblations. Incense is an abomination unto me. The new moons and Sabbaths, the calling of assemblies, I cannot away with them. It is iniquity, even the solemn meeting. Your new moons and your appointed feasts my soul hateth. They are trouble unto me. I am weary to bear them. Come now and let us reason together, saith the Lord. Perhaps one of the greatest scholars that mankind has ever played host to was the Egyptologist from Scotland, Gerald Massey. In his volumes on the subject of astrotheology and the origin of all religions, he says, the retouching by the Greeks, like that of the Semites, tended to efface the figures or falsify the meaning of the mythos, and the astronomical facts are of 1,000-fold more important than all the petty embellishments of irresponsible fancy. Perhaps the worst perversion of the true mythos made by the Greeks was their treatment of the polar dragon. Now that's a loaded statement and it means an awful lot. But right now just let us remember that the stellar cult and the lunar cult had as one of their great symbols the dragon or the serpent. And that one of the reasons why later animals and creatures became demonic was also part of this process of conversion. Now, we said that there were 7 cults, 4 that were very powerful, but that leaves at least 3 other ones. We don't have time to touch on all the cults and their history. We can only give an overview. But in brief, the other cults were the volcano cult, or cult of fire. It's a very important cult of the ancient world. When you're studying the ancient mysteries, especially coming out of Africa and the Far East, you're going to see great reverence to Vulcan, to Hephaestus, to the fire god and the cult of the mountain on which this fire god is meant to be enthroned and worshipped from. And then we have a cult known as loosely as the mushroom cult. More specifically, it's the cult of Dionysus. And then we have the cult of Venus, which involved the cult of ecstasy. One of the most important of the other cults, and researchers are often led to believe, rightly so, that this cult is extremely powerful in the ancient world, was the cult of Dionysus, or that the Greeks called Dionysus. Then we have the mushroom cult, and the story of the mushroom cult was brought out by one of the translators of the Dead Sea Scrolls, who actually met his death, possibly because of what he found out. The great Christian scholar, translator, and antiquarian John Allegro, he discovered that there was much mention in the ancient Dead Sea Scrolls of this mushroom cult and its significance in the world. He discovered that little traditions that we have, like wearing the little beret on our heads as a hat, comes from the time of the mushroom cult. And even the fact that in the ancient world turbans are worn, and lots of different hats are to commemorate this very, very powerful religious theocracy of the ancient world. And now there's a few books on this subject. But even the fact that churches have these strange domes on the top comes from a specific time and the worship of the mushroom. And of course, where there's mushrooms, there's herbs. And where there's herbs, there's herbology. And the whole study of healing and homeopathy and what have you, in a positive and also in a negative way. And it might come as a shock to most of you to realize that the modern day pharmaceutical monopolies actually originate out of this cult of the mushroom. This mushroom cult and its understanding of pharmacology and mind-altering drugs, as Jordan Maxwell and others have brought out, a lot of the pharmaceutical mendicants of the modern world, as by their symbolism they will betray to you, come out of this very powerful cult. Now the cult of Dionysus are in fact, or the descendants of this cult of Dionysus are the main controllers of the modern media and of the modern rock and roll business and the music business in general. So let me be clear about what I'm saying here. The music business, especially the rock and roll business, and a lot of the media, that's the magazine design, the great media conglomerates of the world, the television companies, and also the film companies, they're a hierarchy. They're organized in a hierarchical way, and they're controlled at the top by an elite group who are bloodline linked to a very ancient and powerful cult. Once we understand this and begin studying this particular concept, we will understand what we're seeing when we watch a lot of the symbolism and imagery and the corporate logos that these individuals use. It's not by chance that they use what they do. If you've seen the program in this series, The Subversive Use of Sacred Symbolism, you'll know what I mean by all of this. Now, Dionysus and the cult of Dionysus are expert at being able to choose and put before us certain icons who embody, whether they realize it or not, the powers of the god of Dionysus. This cult is very adept at being able to select certain individuals who personify and allow us to worship them in the same way. And those individuals will help us awaken certain chakras. Those individuals will personify excessiveness and sexual licentiousness and liberation. And we will follow them. And this is an old cult, going back to Roman times and even before. In the case of Elvis Presley, for instance, if we study his date of birth astrologically, and even if you want more proof, just go to some of the autobiographies and biographies, the biographies that are on the king of rock and roll, the Solar King, you will find out just how much control from secret societies was being used in this man's life, unbeknownst to him. But he's certainly not the only example. And unfortunately also what we have to understand is that the cult of Dionysus are wont to sacrifice their solar king. Sacrifice is a very important aspect to all rituals and all ancient religions. All religions of the ancient world, including the Christian, involve the principle of sacrifice. The sun rises in the morning from the horizon, rises to its peak, and then descends into the underworld where it has to face the shadows that it inherited while it was blazing. The stronger a light shines, the deeper and darker the shadow that it casts. And in this great cycle, is understood by these cults, the sun must go into the underworld in order to face its own demons and to traverse the underworld. These are all occult principles. And therefore, that also means that the Sun King might be sacrificed. And if we study the dates of a lot of assassinations in this world and get into that whole theory, we're going to find an incredible story unfolding there. It's very important for us to be able to decode some of the symbolism that certain bands, certain groups, and certain media cartels are using. This is a whole subject in itself, and of course we go into that in a different program. But safe it is to say that there's an origin to the symbolism and to the words and the titles and the meanings. And the cult of Dionysus, who are behind the World Psychedelic Institute. Now, the World Psychedelic Institute, in point of fact, was created in London in 1965 by Michael Hollingshead, who was also an associate of Timothy Leary and Aldous Huxley. One might be interested to read The Saucer Full of Secrets, which is the biography of the band Pink Floyd and how that band had to resist this kind of takeover, but that they were approached, and a lot of these bands are sequestered or approached after the point of their creation, or some bands and some figures within the musical business are promoted from day one. They literally are bloodline created to the unofficial families of these cults. And they're put out on the world stage for a reason. Many of the pop icons are born to elites, but are raised in unofficial families, and then when the time is right, they are put before the world by the media. And we're given the rags to riches girl or boy next door story. However, they may have blood ties to royal dynasties. Some know this, and some do not. So some of the people who may be bloodline connected to these royal dynasties or these old ancient cults may not be aware of it. Some are privy to it, others may not be privy to it. Depends on the individual. And I'm not saying that every single figure out there is a member of this cult. It's, of course, a whole issue. It's quite problematic to be able to discern. It's a study, like any other study. One must decode. And in order to decode it, you must have familiarity with these cults and how they work. You must know what their code words are, their catchphrases, their symbols. They will tell you who they are, but you have to be able to decode the symbolism. Why is it that Madonna's first video is made in Venice? Why are so many videos and films set in Venice? Why does she wear the crucifix? What do some of the lyrics mean? One of the other important cults was the cult of Venus. The ancient cults worshipped Venus a lot. The names of the place Venice and Vienna, certain cities of the world are actually named after Venus. On the prow of the old navigator ships in the ancient world, the great navigators of the high seas used to have the Stella Maris, or the ladies, the head, the prow. They would have the figure of the female, because navigators worshipped the stars and thought of Venus as their guiding star. And ships were always referred to as her or she. And they're shaped in the form of the Vesica Pisces, which relates to the female, and they float on the waters, which also represent the female. There's a lot of symbolism involved in shipping and navigation. And the tutelary deity that all seamen of the ancient world worshipped was the star Venus. And there's a cult of Venus operating in the world. The James Bond films, for instance, as I was mentioning in Atlantis, Alien Visitation and Genetic Manipulation, the 007s go back to the Tudor dynasty. It's not just a work of fiction here. In fact, in the James Bond movies, one of the most important motifs in that is the use of code words like M and Q. And you'll notice that when the protagonist, the James Bond figure, comes in to get his orders, he very specifically comes from a hall into a small chamber where the female sits behind the desk. And then from that small chamber, he goes into another larger chamber through a secret door or passage that leads to a bigger chamber with a male sitting behind the door. This replicates the interior of the Great Pyramid. And the pyramid, of course, is very sacred to Freemasons and Illuminati. There's a message in these films, secret codes that are being given to us to replicate something from the ancient world that we are not educated to be able to see. But there's a method involved in that, in those series of movies and in many, many others. A lot of the pornographic magazines contain symbolism that shows their origins, relating back to the cult of Venus and this incredible favoritism towards the blonde, down from the earliest times of Hollywood right up to the present day, the cult of the blonde. And of course, those who've done their homework in this fascinating subject understand that the cult of Venus and the cult of Dionysus are involved in not only the dissemination of pornography, but also involved very heavily in white slave trafficking and opium dealing and satanic ritual abuse and child prostitution and what have you. This is slowly coming to light, but this is an old story going back many thousands of years. It's also very important to realize that none of this is covert. These individuals will always put the symbols in front of you if you know how to track it. Even certain movies are made to reveal the agenda and to let you know who's making what and who's doing what. Movies like The Eye of the Devil and The Green Door and Eyes Wide Shut and many, many other movies from different genres contain motifs that, if you know how to decode them, are very significant. And the patron, these individuals that we're talking about, a lot of these cults, are also patronized. They have to have finances. They have to have an agenda. And one of the most powerful dynasties that make up these cults and also patronize these cults are what we know as the Venetians, coming out of Italy. The Venetians were originally the Phoenicians, the worshippers of Venus. And in Atlantis, Alien Visitation and Genetic Manipulation, we show the ancestry of the Phoenicians and how they go back to pre-Diluvian times, even to the time of Atlantis and the high cultures of the ancient world. But the Phoenicians becomes the Venetians of Italy, the Longhi and the Guelphs and other very wealthy families, their descendants are still occupying the world today. But of course the Venetians, after their conflict with the powers of the Roman Catholic Church, made a move from Venice and settled in Holland and eventually came to England. Upon their move to Holland, the Black Venetians, and this is the name that they go by, the Black Venetians created the Great Amsterdam Bank, the financial hinge of the 17th century, and they created the Dutch East India Company. They also controlled the finances of many royal dynasties like the Stuarts. They are actually the promoters of Martin Luther, of Protestantism, Puritanism, the Jesuits, the Club of Rome, the later Freemasons, and most secret societies. Through the House of Hanover, that's the House of Orange, they came to England and have been dominating there. They've been the dominating power since William III of Orange. This is William III of Orange, known in Ireland as King Billy, the destroyer of the Stuart dynasties. And after him came George Ludwig I, all of the House of Hanover. But the House of Hanover originates from the Venetian line, through the Habsburgs, through the Hohenzollerns, all the way back to Venice and beyond. Queen Victoria, in her time, was the head of the Black Guelphs, called black because their deeds were so black. literally the queen, the empress of the world. And the Windsor family of today, the modern royals ruling out of England, the Windsors is a name concocted for them today primarily because King George, the father of the Queen of England, couldn't barely speak a word of English. And yet here they are declaring war on Germany, and they're a German family reigning from London. So as part of the propaganda, the name Windsor was concocted for them. But just realize that their actual names are Saxe-Coburg, Battenberg, later changed to Mountbatten, Bourse-Lyon, and Guelph, with Guelph being the most important name. If you're into studying this, please note the name Guelph, G-U-E-L-P-H. That's the connection back to Venice. There's two great students of this, along with Jordan Maxwell. One is the statesman from America, Lyndon LaRouche, who's done some fine work on this in his book, Dope Incorporated. This is the book that put him 2 years in the federal stockade for what he knew. And also the works of Dr. John Coleman, who wrote The Committee of 300 and Diplomacy by Deception, and also One World Order. Dr. John Coleman, an insider who reveals the origin of these cults. If we go back to the symbolism of the stellar cult, we find that these were the original magi, the original architects, the original astrologers, the original navigators. In my work on this subject, I've pointed out many times that these are the originators of the high geometry, all of the great buildings, monuments, temple structures of the world. They're also the creators of our divination arts, principally, and also a lot of the folk tales and fairy stories, and also the idea of teaching great mysteries in the way of a parable or an allegory is also part of their legacy. There are those who watch their flocks by night. In the Bible, we hear that term, watching the flocks by night. Well, the shepherds who watch their flocks by night are nothing but the magi, astrologers who watch their flocks by night, the heavenly flocks, the stars. In the tarot, as I said, the first card of the tarot, which shows a magician, is a throwback to the stellar cult. That little symbol that you see above the head of the magician and that you also see in card number 8 represents the zodiac. It's called the lemniscate. In Celtic tradition, one of the earliest poets of Ireland, the precursor to Merlin, was called Abergahain, or in English you pronounce it Amergin. And he says, "Who but I knows the ages of the moon, the resting place of the sun?" Again, clearly demonstrating that they were stellar cult. Now the primary symbol of the stellar cult, as I said a little earlier, was the serpent, which you see being worn by the pharaohs. It's often called the uraeus or the agathodaimen. Agathodaimen just meaning the winged serpent or the guardian angel. This is where we get the word Holy Spirit from, agathodaimen or agathodaimon. And of course, the ancient antagonism in the Christian hegemony of the evil serpent, and that the solar king has to come out and defeat the dragon or the serpent. I mean, where did these motifs come from? We ever stop and think, what on earth is that all about, and where did that symbol come from? And of the many symbols and motifs that you can have, what is this whole thing about having to slay a dragon? Well, it's propaganda again. It's pulpit propaganda. One cult supplanting another. One cult taking the power from another cult, appropriating the wisdom and the technologies and the methodologies of a previous cult. We have the old rivalries between, even in Egypt, in the latter days of Egypt, the old stellar king Set becomes the antagonist of the later sun god Horus. In order to show you the conflict, they say that they're twins. They're all born in the same family, but they're antagonists. You have to read between the lines and see what's being said here. In Irish mythology, we hear about St. Patrick going up to the high mountain and then coming down and saying, "Behold, I've cast out the serpents from the land." And of course the reference here, as we clearly demonstrated in Atlantis, alien visitation and genetic manipulation, is again that the serpents is not a physical snakes. This is another piece of propaganda. St. Patrick represents the solar cult, who's coming to take over, and the serpents being the previous Celtic races there, who worship the stars and the earth and the waters, they are now history. They're being suppressed, so they're being cast out. The serpent race is being cast out. But we have mentioned in the Bible to the serpents and the wisdom of the serpents when Jesus remonstrates with his own disciples and says, "Be ye as wise as serpents." Yes, that's right. Be ye as wise as the serpents. What serpents? Well, he's referring to the fact that if only you were as wise as those great astrologers, navigators, and geomancers of old, the serpent race. If only you 12 were as wise as they, then I'd be happy. Because the Christ is aware of the power and wisdom of the stellar cult, the original Magi. In Celtic Ireland we have tremendous emphasis on the serpent motif, even in Christian era. On many flags we still see the dragon of the stellar cult being commemorated. They're all throwbacks. In Tara, the very capital city, Tara, in Gaelic it comes from the word Drumcain, meaning the hill of the serpents, because the kings were serpent race and they sat on the hill of the serpents. We find that there's a Judaic tribe called the Nashon, for which King David was a member. But we find that this word means serpent. The word Nashon means serpent. And that's where we get the modern word nation. N-A-T-I-O-N means serpent. So we'll just remember that when you hear people talking about the great nation states. Understand that that is a word that has a very ancient history. Thousands of years old, going back to the original Nashons. From the earliest days of Acadia and Sumeria and Babylon, we see the serpent and the serpent gods. In Egypt, the winged serpents. In Greece, we find that Pythagoras, the keeper of the mysteries, one of the wisest men of all times, the word Pythagoras means I am the python. I am the python. I am the serpent. And H.P. Blavatsky says in her Isis Unveiled, she says, Pythagoras never allowed his neophytes to see him during the years of probation, but instructed them from behind a curtain in his cave. We have a Scottish regiment known as the Dragoons. We have the Dragon Court of the Plantagenets. These fine standing stones and the ancient megaliths are known colloquially and locally as the dragon's teeth, because it was understood by the locals that they were built by the serpent cult. In the United States, at the Ohio Mound, it betrays the same illusion that the ancients were a stellar cult who worshipped the constellations and who are responsible for the great earthworks. The Avebury serpent, practically 8 miles long. In Christianity, we often hear about the cherubim and the seraphim. But what we don't hear about is the meaning of those two words. If you decode and go back to an old concordance and look up the words seraphim and cherubim, it will mean fiery serpent or blazing serpent. So the angels are serpents. And many words again. In etymology, a fascinating subject. We find that the earliest name for the serpent was Cain, or Canaan. So, the land of Canaan, that's right, the land of the Akkadians, the land where it all began, the Holy Land is known before the Hebrews get there as the land of Canaan, the Canaanites who were murdered and suppressed. The evil ones who worshipped idols. No, just the serpent cult, whose time is to be murdered and massacred now because the solar cult has arrived, or the Saturnian cult is in town. And the word Cohen, ask any Jewish person what the word Cohen means, and they will tell you that it means serpent priest. The word Cain or the word Khan, like in James Khan. In the Far East we have Chan, but Chan means serpent. In the Middle East we have Khan, K-H-A-N, like we would say Mr. It's a title for a male, Khan. The word Khan refers to the serpent. In Ireland you have the boy's name, Kieran. You have the female or the girl's name, Karen. And Karn, the word for death, but actually really means the serpent. So in Egypt, every time you see a god with the stars about their head or with a headdress of stars, just realize what is being mentioned here. This is a member of the stellar cult. They're implying that there is a cult of power and gods to be worshipped. We don't have to look very far for this motif. The Statue of Liberty is a stellar cult icon that goes back to Sechet, the old Egyptian goddess. It was just shown exactly like that, with star in her 7 rays in her crown. The subject of astrology comes down to us from the stellar cult. They are the ones who brought us the study of astronomy and astrology. They understood that the sun rose at the vernal equinox, rose to its highest position at the summer solstice, and then fell into winter at the autumn equinox. And that particular arch was revered, and it was called the Northern Arch. And to commemorate it, and because the stellar cult were great builders, they would build arches in all the cities of the world. And still today, when we build an arch or we create an arch, that comes from the commemoration of an astrological motif, the Northern Arch, the sun passing over the zodiac. And that's why in the middle of arches you have the keystone, which usually has a date on it, because the date is to do with zodiological degrees that the sun passes through. And the stellar cult's main deity, or one of the earliest deities, was Nuth, the heavenly mother, the goddess of the night sky, the primordial Madonna. They were fixated on this idea of the earth being the terrestrial father, the red king that you see in chess, but the stellar mother, or white queen. You have Guinevere and you have Arthur. Guinevere literally means white queen. That's all it means, and it's a reference to Isis. But Isis is a reference to the moon, the white queen up there in the heavens. And the red king is, guess who? The sun. So thrones were put beside each other, red and white, male and female, Leo and Cancer. They were fixated on the idea of bringing heaven to earth. They didn't see a separation between the terrestrial and the celestial. And so when they would build their monuments, their castles, their temples, their universities, their cities, it was absolutely fundamental that none of that building could ever begin without honoring the stars and then even encoding into these structures symbols of the stars, which is why if you go to the Arc of Triomphe or you go to most of the universities of the world and study them, actually look at the walls and the stained glass windows and the floors and the mosaics of even quite modern buildings. And not to mention the city layouts. You will see stars and emblems of the heavens. This is an old practice. We know from just looking and studying the ancients that they were fascinated with the stars and the heavens. They were fascinated with geometry, the measurement of the earth and the measurement of the stars. In fact, the word geometry means that, the measurement of the goddess Gaia, or the earth. So they understood that in order to honor their gods, they should pay attention to them, that there was movements in the heavens, that there was mathematical forms of communication, and that you weren't a proper disciple of your God unless you paid attention to the nuances and subtleties that were happening around you in the heavens. This is where astrology was born. Demeter, the Greek god, literally means the same thing, the earth, measuring the earth. We get words like matter and matrix and mother and mathematics and marriage and mate, all coming out of the word Maat, which was the most ancient of the goddesses, the goddess of balance and the goddess of measurement of the Egyptians. As I said, Freemasons and secret societies keep these mysteries. The very Freemasonic symbol is a mere simulacra. The symbol of the compass and the rule is a geometric version of the Egyptian Nuth and Jeb, the earth god Jeb, copulating, merging with the sky goddess Nuth. Freemasonry originates from the stellar cult. They are the present keepers of the mysteries of the stellar cult. The stellar cult's philosophy can be summed up very simply. No difference between psychic energy and physical energy. Incomprehensible. Yes, they knew what two was. If you put down two stones, they'd understand there's two things there. But they had no understanding of what we know as duality. There was no word for duality. There was only one thing to be studied. There was no separation between macrocosm and microcosm. Everything was unified. Everything was a holarchy. They tried to show this in the way they lived. They tried to commemorate this in the building of Stonehenge and in the villages that were circular. And of course, we all know about the intense and detailed geometry that went into some of these monuments and Cyclopean ruins. That's a whole study in itself. But even again, in modern context, cities are based on the zodiac. Here's the center of Paris with 12 radiating streets. And Paris is not the only example. Though we may have the solar cult attempting it at later stages, the solar cult in their buildings are borrowing or appropriating the geometrical standards and skills of an earlier cult. Yes, we do have those skills today, but where did they come from? The 7 wonders of the world and many more wonders besides are originate in a certain cult of ancient times, not just centered in Egypt. Every culture, including even the Viking and the Celtic and the Maya, and even in Africa, you have stellar representatives of the stellar cult. When we hear the simple term city hall, do we realize that that comes from somewhere? The word city comes from cetus, which is the word in Latin for the female vagina, or the female opening. And the word hall is a derivation of the Latin phallus, which is the male member, the phallic. So city hall literally is, again, the coming together of the male and the female. Remember, we were talking about terrestrial and celestial. These cities were made like a circle, and then you would have a obelisk in the center, or a fountain in the center, or a clock tower, in order to transmit terrestrial events and symbolism to earth. And then the city hall, which was the center of all civic society, would be called the cetus and the hall, the phallic and the male and the female coming together. City hall. Jerusalem lies at the center of all medieval maps. The most sacred place is this most holy city, and was the supposed site of Jesus' own burial, the church of the Holy Sepulchre. So again, all holy places, whether they're of the ancient world or the new one, embody certain motifs. And I have to emphasize that this is not something of the ancient past. Cities of the modern world are done this way. In Ireland we have the oldest temple site in the world. So thousands of years before the pyramid. We have a place in Ireland called Brooke-na-Boyne, or in English it's New Grange. And it sits on the river known as the Boan. That's why it's called the Brooke-na-Boyne. Boan was the cow goddess, and the river Boan was her river. So there's the whole idea of the female again, that near the river is this most ancient of tombs. But what's remarkable about this tomb is its geometry. It was built and fashioned by the stellar cult. It's a complete enigma. It was built without cement. And what's more astounding is that on the 21st, 22nd, and 23rd of December, that's the winter solstice, the sun rises on the horizon, and then like something out of Indiana Jones, literally creeps across and touches a very small window in New Grange above the door of this immense tomb. There's a little portal, a window, 7 feet high, and the sun, a beam of light, will pass into this window and then go into the inner chamber and fall on the back wall. Many American scholars like Arthur C. Clarke have gone and looked at this and checked this out. And even though the heavens have shifted in many thousands of years, this event still takes place mysteriously. They can't understand how this building was designed. The light pierces the inner chamber on those 3 days, and on the same night, of the solstice nights, the moonlight will do exactly the same thing. And this is not the only example of this. There are many tombs in Ireland and in Celtic countries where this anomaly takes place. Or they might do it in a different way. You might have the phallic tower, representing the male phallic, on the mound or the hill. Let's not forget we have in Christianity the Mount of Olives. We have the Sermon on the Mount. Okay, we've got the male sun god, the phallic, ithyphallic male, standing there giving a sermon. But let's not forget where he's doing it. Don't we understand there's paganism involved here? That he's not doing it sermon in the throne, he's not sermon in the city center, sermon at the top of a castle turret, sermon on a horseback. It's sermon on the mount. Another feature that harkens back to the stellar cult specifically is the idea that the interior of churches have the dome. The celestial dome, or the domos, representing the night sky and the heavens. But again, the idea that not just in city centers, but different parts of the famous cities, we always have the clock tower. Now this clock dial is usually so far up in the sky that you can't even see it to tell what time it is, so it's an architectural motif alone. And that is to represent the same idea we've been talking about. And that's why the spires are like this. They're shaped like that, because it's transmitting celestial energy down to the terrestrial. Because the ancient creators of cities understood this, that there is a symbiosis between the heavenly and the earth. Just as in a human being's life, his fate is connected to some zodiac out there. So the whole of the fate of mankind, the fate of those who live on earth and the communities of the world also is written in the heavens. We see these architectural masterpieces, and we know subconsciously, we're attracted to it, we know it's beautiful, but we have consciously forgot why. And as I said, this is again to be understood as not something of remote history. This is something of the modern age today. David Oveson, an American writer, in his book The Secret Architecture of Our Nation's Capital, has discovered that in Washington, D.C., for instance, there are 23 complete zodiacs in Washington, in the architecture, secreted into the architecture there. And there's over 1,000 other zodiacal and planetary symbols. And there's 4 zodiacs in London. London is also divided into 28 boroughs, representing the lunations of the moon. There's not a single building in England of any importance that's not built over some Celtic site of the previous stellar and lunar cult. Those who've studied this subject know that. But Oveson and other researchers are now discovering that the secret societies like the Freemasons, for whatever purposes, have designed the cities meticulously to not only align with certain constellations, but to commemorate certain stars like the star Sirius and Draco and Alpha Draconis and the Pole Star and the Bear, Ursa Major, so on. However, we've got to realize that there was mistakes were also made in this transposition. Cyril Fagan, in his book Astrological Origins, says that in their desire to appear highly intellectual, scientific and mathematical, the Greeks, probably about the time of Alexander the Great, adopted the solar nomenclature, thereby turning ancient zodiacal symbolism topsy-turvy and making it sheer nonsense. This must be borne in mind very deeply, that when we're even researching and studying this subject, and when we come upon things that don't quite make sense, this can help you to realize that, yes, you're studying this here, but we have the Greeks and the Romans and the medieval period, we've got the Christians, and all of these individuals take the ancient gnosis, but they twist it and contort it and subvert it. And therefore it's a process. This is what this program is dedicated to, is trying to help you in this decoding process, so that you may get back to the original theology. Theology is very important for our lives. Mythology is very important for our lives. Spirituality is, but not the one that's been handed down to us, sanitized and homogenized and corrupted and subverted. This package that we just buy and install. There's a much more ancient one, and we need to get back to that as we come full circle.
Hello, this is Aloisa with Math Leopard. The 7 days of the week derive from the 7 planets of antiquity, namely Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Sun, Venus, Mercury, and the Moon. Today we are going to look at the construction of the divine seal and table, or magic square, for the planet Saturn, as seen in ancient grimoires. To begin with, we note that the astrological symbol for Saturn combines both the cross of creation with the scythe of the reaper. Associated with the signs of Capricorn and Aquarius, Saturn makes his appearance in the winter of the year, signifying its death, yet also its inevitable rebirth in spring. To create the magic square associated with the planet Saturn, we begin with the number 3. That is, we create a 3x3 diagonal grid and highlight the 3x3 box inside. Beginning at the top and proceeding diagonally downward to the right, we begin filling in our first diagonal with the numbers 1, 2, and 3. We then proceed to the middle diagonal and continue with 4, 5, and 6. Finally, we fill the last diagonal with the numbers 7, 8, and 9. Note the numbers lying outside of the interior box. Let's begin placing them inside. Number 1 on top will be placed farthest vertically from its position in the grid, yet still inside the box. Similarly, number 9 will be placed farthest from his current position inside the box. Onto the numbers on the side, 3 will be placed farthest horizontally from its position in the grid, yet still inside the box. And finally, 7 will be placed at the farthest distance from his position within the interior box. We can now erase the external diamond grid, and what results is Saturn's magic square. This magic square has a property that the sum of the entries in the first row, that is 4, 9, and 2, is equals to 15. Adding the entries in the second row, namely 5, 3, and 7, yields 15. Summing the entries in the third row, 8, 1, and 6, also yields 15. Now let's consider the sum of the columns. The first column entries have a sum of 3 plus 4 plus 8, or 15. The second column entries, 9, 5, and 1, also sum to 15. The third column entries, 2, 7, and 6, sum to 15. But it gets even better, as the entries along the diagonals, namely 8, 5, and 2, as well as 4, 5, and 6, both sum to 15. The number associated with the planet Saturn is found by summing the row sums, that is, taking 15, 15, and 15, and arriving at 45. Now let's consider the geometry of the square and trace the numbers from 1 through 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Taking this sigil on its own, we arrive at the divine seal for the intelligentsia Saturni, along which names can be found by associating the numbers with their Hebraic equivalencies. Aleph, Bet, Gimel, Dalet, Hey, Vav, Zayin, Chet, and Tet. Please subscribe to get updates on new videos. I plan to publish the divine seals and tables for all 7 planets. Take care, and I'll see you next time.
Danny Truth Magnified.
Now, when NASA sent the Voyager probe to Saturn in 1981, they said they came across this weird looking formation on the northern region of Saturn. And it basically looked like a hexagon circling in the middle of what they thought to be like a storm on Saturn's surface. And when they sent the Cassini probe in 2006, they got a really good look at this thing. And it was confirmed for sure that this was a perfect hexagonal shape, smack dab in the middle of this swirling whirlwind. And it never seemed to stop, like it was continually going on this swirling motion nonstop. And as they moved in closer, they realized not just how wide this thing was, because they estimated it to be about 18,000 miles wide. But they also found that this thing wasn't just sitting on the surface of Saturn, but it's also stretching out into the clouds of Saturn. And this hexagonal shape is basically like a tower that they estimate to be about 190 miles high. And this is when NASA officially started referring to this thing as a vortex. And here's where it gets real crazy. The southern hemisphere of Saturn also has a vortex. And there's all these different theories about what this vortex is and how it formed and everything, but there's no official explanation as to what it is or why it exists at all. But what's interesting is that in 2002, the Cassini probe started detecting these radio emissions coming from Saturn. And these radio waves are constantly changing, but they continuously emit from the planet Saturn. And this has led to some theories that these radio waves are directly connected to these vortexes on the northern and southern hemispheres of the planet. And of course, we know NASA is full of you know what, but everything needs to be taken into consideration. Now, if you rewind for a bit and you go back and you look at the 3 major ancient texts, the Bible, the Quran, the Vedas, you're going to find Saturn constantly being placed in this high level of importance. You're going to hear the Sabbath mentioned a lot and how the Sabbath should be revered. Now, remember, for Orthodox Jews, the Sabbath is Saturday. And then the word Saturday literally means the day of Saturn, because based off of the history that they give us, when the Greeks set up the 7 days of the week, they named Saturday after the god Saturn. So Saturday is the day of the god Saturn, and the Sabbath day is Saturday. And then if we go back and look at these ancient texts, we can look at the Bible where it says, "Speak thou also unto the children of Israel, saying, Verily, my Sabbaths ye shall keep, for it is a sign between me and you throughout your generations, that ye may know that I am the Lord that doth sanctify you. Ye shall keep the Sabbath, therefore, for it is holy unto you. Everyone that defileth it shall surely be put to death. For whosoever doeth any work therein, that soul shall be cut off from among his people." In this verse alone, you can see how serious the Sabbath is to the Lord in the Bible. So much so that anybody that doesn't keep the Sabbath is commanded by the Lord to be put to death. And he said unto them, the Sabbath was made for man, and not man for the Sabbath. Therefore, the Son of Man is Lord also of the Sabbath. So right here, the Bible is giving you a clear connection, and a strong one, between God and the Sabbath. I mean, Lord of the Sabbath. That's pretty clear cut. Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them concerning the feast of the Lord, which ye shall proclaim to be holy convocations, even these are my feasts. 6 days shall work be done, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of rest and holy convocation. Ye shall do no work therein. It is the Sabbath of the Lord in all your dwellings. So it's saying that the Sabbath is on the seventh day. And according to the international standard that pretty much everybody goes by except the United States, Canada, and Australia, Sunday is considered the seventh day of the week. But if you go back far enough, you can see how the days of the week have been flipped around and has led to all this confusion. And this is why you have Christians who worship on Sunday, while you have people who practice Orthodox Judaism, Seventh Adventists, etc., that still honor the Sabbath day as Saturday. There's even confusion amongst Muslims where the day of prayer for the Muslims is Friday. But when you actually read the Quran, the original Sabbath day, or the Sabt, is Saturday. The word for Sabbath in Arabic, Sabt, translates to the word Saturday. And it's made a point throughout the Quran that there's something extremely important about the Sabbath. The Sabbath was appointed only for those who differed concerning it. And lo, thy Lord will judge between them on the day of resurrection concerning that wherein they used to differ. And we caused the mount to tower above them at the taking of their covenant. And we bade them enter the gate prostrate, transgress not the Sabbath. And we took from them a firm covenant. And ye know of those of you who broke the Sabbath, how we said unto them, be ye apes, despised and hated. And we made it an example to their own and to succeeding generations, and an admonition to the God-fearing. So again, just like the Bible, you can see just how serious the Sabbath is made out to be in the Quran. Now, in Hinduism, they don't necessarily have one specific holy day, but each day of the week is dedicated to a particular Hindu god. And Saturday is dedicated to the god Shani. And the word Shani in Sanskrit actually translates to the word Saturn. So the god Shani is directly related to the planet Saturn. In Hindu mythology, Shani is looked at as the god of justice, and he brings down judgment on everybody, including all the other Hindu gods. So because of this, in Hinduism, the planet Saturn is considered the most powerful planet. Now, the story goes that Shani's father is actually the sun, and that he was born so close to the sun that when he was born, he came out of the womb completely black. And if you look at any images of Shani, you're going to see that he's this completely black humanoid. And there's multiple temples all over India dedicated to Shani, aka Saturn. There's at least 10 different shrines, all in different cities, all over India. And usually these statues of Shani are massive. He's usually depicted as like being 20 to 23 feet tall. And people show up in large crowds and perform rituals at these temples. And they say most of these temples stretch back hundreds of years. I think the most recent one is the Shani Dham temple, but most of them stretch back hundreds of years. The Shani Singapore temple goes back at least 400 years. And I don't think I really need to explain. You can see how Shani is depicted. And you got the whole mythology there of his father being the sun. So him basically being a child of the sun and the very first child of the sun. There's so much there. But in Greek mythology, Saturn is a Titan, one of the original gods birthed out of that primordial chaos during the early stages of the universe. And as one of the Titans, the god Saturn goes by the name Kronos. And Kronos rules over all the other gods as king of the Titans. And he pretty much ruled over the entire universe in what they called the Golden Age. He was the god of agriculture, and he was also looked at as the god of time. He controlled time, and because of that, pretty much controlled the fate of every living thing. And this is where we get the idea of Father Time from Kronos. This is also where we get the Grim Reaper or the Collector of Souls. And this is why when you see depictions of the Grim Reaper, he's always carrying around that scythe, just like Kronos. Now, in the Greek mythology, Kronos eventually has children. His children become the Olympians. And it's pretty much set in stone that one day his children will take over his throne. But Kronos isn't willing to give up his throne, so much so that he actually eats his own children in order to protect his throne. And this leads to the war between the Titans and the Olympians. And Kronos is eventually defeated by his son, Zeus. This is how Zeus becomes king of the gods in Greek mythology. Despite there being so many Greek gods, and there's a lot, at least 600 plus, when you look back at that ancient Greco-Roman time period, it looks like there was no god that was worshipped more than Saturn. They had an entire festival dedicated to this god that lasted 6 days called Saturnalia. And during this festival, they would drink and party, pretty much what the Greeks and the Romans did, but they would do this in the name of Saturn. They would give each other gifts, and they would decorate evergreen trees with ornaments of the moon, the sun, the stars. And they would take the branches of the evergreen tree and make wreaths that they would hang on the doors of the houses and the temples. This has kind of led to people thinking that Christmas actually comes directly from Saturnalia, because they did all of this between December 17th and December 23rd. And pretty much every single Greco-Roman citizen was involved in this Saturnalia festival, even the slaves. And they say it was the one time of the year when the slaves weren't treated like slaves and they were allowed to freely participate in this event. Now, there might be a little twist to that, because every single Saturnalia would begin with a human sacrifice to the god Saturn. They actually had this huge structure built that they called the Temple of Saturn. You can still go to Italy today, and they say it's still standing in the same spot that it was thousands of years ago. And right there at the base, right between the two main pillars, is where they say that they used to have this huge wooden statue of Saturn. And this is where they would kick off this whole Saturnalia festival by dedicating a human sacrifice to the god Saturn right there in that exact spot. And who knows what all else was going on. You got to remember, this history was written by the elite, the people that were empowered during that time. So who knows what isn't being told and whatnot. But the Greco-Romans believed in something called the Golden Age. And this was a time in the past when the god Saturn ruled over the entire world. And they believed that during this time that this god literally walked the earth. And the Greco-Romans credited Saturn with teaching them everything they knew, basically. But the Greco-Romans believed that this god Saturn was responsible for putting them in the position that they were in. And they pretty much dedicated themselves to this god. And you definitely have to question, if this wasn't a being that they really saw and that they really knew existed, then why go through all this effort to appease this god to the point where you're literally sending up human sacrifices? Well, there is a theory that Saturn wasn't always a planet, that during ancient times, our solar system had a different alignment, and that Saturn was actually our sun, which would have put Saturn a lot closer to the earth than it is today. And it makes sense when you think about when this Saturnalia festival was held, right around the winter solstice, right around that time when it's thought that the sun is basically re-energizing and going through this rebirth. And a sun is a powerful object. I mean, it sustains life in so many ways. And Saturn is one of only 2 planets in our solar system, along with Jupiter, that's considered a gas giant, because the planet is composed of mostly hydrogen and helium, the 2 main elements that you find inside of a star. Actually, the composition is so close to a star that sometimes they call these planets failed stars. And Saturn sometimes is considered a failed star. But if Saturn was closer to the Earth and was functioning as a sun at one point in time, then you got to get into the question of, how did it go from a sun to a planet? How did that whole planetary alignment shift into what we have today? And then you still have to question, what is going on with Saturn right now? With what NASA has given us, with all these strange things happening with this vortex, and Saturn seeming to have this massive influence over the planet at one point in time. And even still today, it's just a lot less in your face. Every single Muslim, as long as they're physically able, is required to participate in something called the Hajj. And the Hajj is basically this pilgrimage that they have to make to this area in Mecca, Saudi Arabia called the Kaaba. And they call this area the House of Allah. Now, Muslims believe that this area in Mecca was the birthplace of the Prophet Muhammad. And they believe that this is where he had his first revelation and dedicated this area to the one true God. But then they also say that the history of the Kaaba goes all the way back to the days of Abraham, nearly 2,000 years ago. And ultimately, they give credit to Abraham as being the one who actually built the Kaaba. And the Kaaba itself is this black stone sitting in the middle of this structure. And the word Kaaba in Arabic actually literally translates to the word cube. And they go through all these rituals around this area to complete the Hajj. But everything begins at the Kaaba and everything ends at the Kaaba. And every single year you have millions of Muslims who come together on this one day to complete this pilgrimage. And during the first part of the Hajj, they have to walk counterclockwise around this cube 7 times. And at the end of all this, they travel back to the Kaaba in Mecca and they circle around the Kaaba cube one last time to close out the Hajj. Now, like I said, millions of Muslims come down to Mecca to participate in this. When you really take a look at this walk around the Kaaba and you look at it above ground in an overhead view, this is where things get really weird because it looks almost identical to this vortex on the northern and southern hemispheres of Saturn. I mean, you could post them up side by side and the resemblance is eerie. Even the direction that the vortex is going in that counterclockwise motion, you're getting that same exact counterclockwise motion around the Kaaba. It literally looks like you have millions of people down in Mecca reenacting the activity of this vortex on Saturn. I mean, if it's just a coincidence, it's a big one. Remember, they say they got the first shot of that hexagon on Saturn in 1981. And it wasn't until 2006 that they realized that it was even rotating. This is what they say. And then you have the Hajj, which has been going on way before that. You got Muslims claiming it goes all the way back to the days of Abraham. But we definitely know they were practicing this well before 1981. So the time just isn't lining up. And then you have the Kaaba itself, the actual cube that everybody walks around. Remember, the word Kaaba literally means cube in Arabic. Well, we have a cube in the middle of the Grand Mosque in Mecca. And then we have this hexagon on Saturn. And normally a hexagon is going to look like what we see on Saturn. But when you get into geometry, a hexagon can actually be any shape with 6 sides that are equal in measurement. And because of this, a cube can actually be looked at as the 3-dimensional form of a hexagon when it's converted from its normal 2-dimensional flat shape. Because with a cube, you have a shape with 6 sides and all 6 sides are equal in measurement. So literally a cube is just a hexagon in its 3rd-dimensional form. And again, you got millions of people going around this Kaaba or cube in the exact same motion as this hexagonal vortex on Saturn. In order to be considered Orthodox or somebody that's considered to be practicing true Judaism, you're required to wear this thing called the tefillin. And the tefillin is this cube-shaped black box that they wear on their arm and on their head. They insert verses from the Torah inside this black box, and then they're required to wrap it around their arm exactly 7 times. And then the second part of the tefillin is placed on top of the head. They say that placing the tefillin on the arm is supposed to symbolize committing your heart to God because the arm is the closest thing to the heart. And placing it on the head symbolizes complete commitment of the mind. And it's actually a part of the Judaic law that the tefillin has to be in the form of a cube. Otherwise, it's not considered a true tefillin. And they say that the practice of wearing this tefillin goes all the way back to the days of Moses. They believe it was a direct commandment from God after he brought the Israelites out of captivity in Egypt. And they believe that in ancient times, all the followers of the Judaic God wore a tefillin every single day, 24 hours a day, to symbolize their complete commitment to this God. Now you fast forward to today and they kind of toned it down to where now they're required to put the Teflon on every morning during their morning prayer, but they're still required to wear the Teflon every single day. That looks quite a lot like the Kaaba cube that Muslims walk around during the Hajj. But then you have to think about the fact that they have to wrap the tassels around their arms 7 times, just like Muslims have to make that rotation around the Kaaba 7 times. And then you got both the Bible and the Quran really pushing the Sabbath, even with the Christian cross or the crucifix. When you look at that traditional form of the cross that we're so accustomed to seeing, if you take that cross laid out flat in 2D and you begin to fold it, at the end, you're going to end up with a cube, because a cross can be perfectly divided into 6 sides. And when you fold those 6 sides into a 3-dimensional form, you get a cube. And so looking at the reverse side of that, a cube, when it's unfolded and broken down to a 2D form, becomes a cross. So a cross is another form of a cube. And then what's wild is that if you look at the symbol that's used to represent Saturn in astrology, you can see it. You have the cross with the scythe coming out of it. And in astrology, they say that the cross actually represents everything that's made up of matter, everything that's physical. That cross represents in astrology. And then you got the scythe coming out of the cross. And remember, that scythe goes back to Kronos, or the Greek god Saturn. So it's like it's alluding to a connection between the physical world and the god Saturn. Even the Star of David that you see on the flag of Israel, and that's considered like one of the most important symbols of Judaism, is a hexagram. And a hexagram is a 6-pointed star that is literally just the outline of a hexagon. Those 6 points on the hexagram perfectly align to give you a hexagon. And then we know a hexagon is going to take you right back to a cube. And you can see this same shape of a hexagram in the symbol for the atom. And you know, the atom is the most basic element that makes up this physical reality. Everything is made up of atoms. So just like the cross in astrology, the hexagram is being used to represent this physical reality, this material world, everything on a physical level. A lot of people over the years have pointed out what seems like all of this Saturn symbolism in mainstream media. For years, people have been pointing this stuff out. And when you look at a lot of these TV shows, movies, even just the commercials, there does seem to be this strong influence pointing back to Saturn. There's a lot of little hints that seem to point in that direction, especially when it comes to a lot of the movies. It seems like that's where it's the strongest. Once you have an idea of like all the symbolism that can be connected back to Saturn, it's crazy how this stuff just starts to like jump out at you. You have so many major companies who seem to have their logos, sometimes even the name of the products, the slogans that they're using to sell the products, so many things that seem to connect. And sometimes it seems really subtle. Sometimes it seems like it's being put right in front of your face. But you can see bits and pieces of this symbolism all throughout mainstream media. But when you combine a lot of this stuff all together, it all seems to connect. And it's like we're getting it from all sides, so many different forms of media. And it almost seems like years ago, it was a lot more in your face. The symbolism was a lot less subtle and it was kind of just out there. And it's just another one of those things that makes you think all this stuff is connected in some way. Another odd thing to point out are these black cubes that you can find spread out throughout different parts of the world. You have these giant black cubes that are placed in all these different spots all over, from Australia to Europe, all the way to California. And they're all supposed to have been created by different people, independent artists, people who are not connected to each other at all. But somehow they all got inspired to sculpt these giant black cubes. And again, you can find these things all over the place. And when you find them, they're usually going to be in these really odd locations, in the middle of a business district, randomly sitting in a suburban neighborhood, on the roof of a kids museum, just in these really awkward spots. And they're always large and they're always black. And it's crazy. You have people doing everyday normal things in these normal surroundings, these normal settings. And then right in the middle of all of that, you have one of these cubes completely out of place. And you can really get a feel of just how huge these things are when you see actual people walking next to these things. You can really get a sense of the scale. These things make an average human being look like an ant. They're massive. And then to transport them to these specific spots, it just seems very purpose driven. And the one in New York City is the one that really caught my eye. This one was made by another independent artist, but it was sculpted all the way back in 1966. And then the following year, it was given as a gift to the city of New York by an anonymous donor, just a random donation from an unknown person. This is the actual story behind this thing. And this was actually the very first permanent sculpture in New York City. So it was the very first sculpture to actually have a part of it built into the ground in New York City. Like I said, it's been around since 1967. And as you can guess, over the years, it's gotten a little banged up here and there. And the city has put over $180,000 in renovations into this thing. And when it was represented to the public in 2016, it was this huge deal. They had this big presentation just for them reinstalling it into the ground. And all of the city officials came together and basically celebrated the renovation and return of this sculpture. One, not only is it tilted to the side at the perfect angle to form a hexagon, this thing was constructed to where it's able to spin on its axis. And this is one of the big attractions for a lot of the people who come and visit this part of New York, is to come together as a group and spin this black cube around. And it does usually take more than one person to spin this thing because of just how heavy it is. Now remember, this cube is tilted at the perfect angle to form a hexagon. So you have this cube slash hexagon rotating around in a circle on its axis, really similar to the hexagon rotating on Saturn's North Pole. And just like the Kaaba, the dates don't line up. This cube was sculpted in 1966. And again, from what we're being told, there was no knowledge of that hexagon spinning on Saturn until 2006. But yeah, this rotating hexagonal black cube has been sitting in the middle of New York for a long time. And the craziest part is you have little miniature versions of this same cube in other locations outside of New York. There's one in Southampton, Miami, Michigan, Ohio, Connecticut. You've got little miniature versions of this thing scattered across the country with the same exact design, a spinning black cube tilted perfectly to form a hexagon. Not too far from that spinning black cube is the United Nations headquarters, and it's open to the public. You're able to freely tour this building as long as you're over the age of 25. And inside the United Nations headquarters, they have a meditation room, and it's almost a completely empty room outside of some benches where you can sit, an abstract painting on the wall in the back of the room, and a black rectangular structure dead center in the middle of the room. And there's a light placed directly above the sculpture. And they say it's supposed to symbolize the light of the sun beaming down and giving life to everything on earth. But it's interesting because remember, in Hinduism, the god Shani is born directly under his father, the sun. And that's what ends up giving him that black hue. But they say that they specifically designed the room as an altar to the unknown god that's worshipped by many names, because obviously the United Nations caters to every nation. Now, clearly, this sculpture is carved in the shape of a rectangle. A rectangle in its third dimensional form is considered a cuboid because it has those 6 symmetrical sides, just like a cube. And all the angles in a cuboid are right angles. And so because of this, these shapes are placed into the same category as a cube. But once again, we have yet another black cubical object in what seems like another odd location. And this one's being used to symbolize all world religions. You can see a form of that black cube symbolism with the graduation cap, because that graduation cap is usually black and it has that cube-like shape to it. So when you wear a graduation cap, it's like you're literally wearing a black cube on the top of your head. And when you look into the history of it, it goes all the way back to the Roman Catholic Church and something that they have been wearing for centuries called the Canterbury cap. And literally, when you look at it, it's a square cap, almost identical to the graduation cap. But when you look at it, you can clearly see the roots of the graduation cap. And what's interesting to me is that the technical name for the graduation cap is the mortarboard. And the only other time you see that word mortarboard is when you're dealing with actual masons, people that build structures. They use a mortarboard to transfer the cement onto the bricks. And it is this square shaped board, just like the top of the graduation cap. But what a coincidence that they would use mason terminology to describe this black cube shaped cap that you basically earn by moving up the ranks of society or the system, a system set up by people that seem to have this really strong connection to Saturn. So who or what is Saturn? Well, if you notice, there's a strong similarity between the word Saturn and the word Satan. And even though there's no concrete proof that the word Satan comes from the word Saturn, when you look back at how we originally got that popular depiction of Satan with the horns and the tail. That whole depiction of Satan was taken directly from the Greek god Pan. And Pan was a hybrid. He was one half human and one half goat. And you can see how he has the upper body of a human outside of the horns and the ears, and the lower body of a goat with the hindquarters, the tail, and everything. And Pan was considered the god of the wild. So like untamed, undomesticated nature, and the god of lustful sex. There's a lot of depictions of Pan that I can't even show here because it might get this video taken down. But you'll usually see these really sexualized depictions of Pan. And this is actually where we get the term pansexual. You know, somebody that's open to like all different types of sex with anybody and anything. That comes from the god Pan. And one of the really weird things about Pan is that he doesn't have an actual origin story. It's like he just kind of came out of nowhere. Some people say he was the son of Zeus, and then some people say he was the adopted brother of all the rest of the Olympians. Some people say that he's older than all of the Olympians. Either way, there's no true origin of Pan, but eventually the Roman Catholic Church took those characteristics of Pan and gave them to Satan. And this is where we got that half man, half goat depiction of Satan, which actually in some cases would be a full goat. Now, going back into astrology, if you look at the symbol for Saturn in the zodiac, it's the goat. Actually, it's the sea goat, which is one part goat and one part fish. And the explanation that they give for why they chose the goat is because when you look at that constellation, the outline of the stars forms something that looks similar to a goat's horn. And you can definitely see that outline in the pattern of the stars of this constellation. But what makes it seem like that goat horn was meant to represent something else is because of the way that Saturn is depicted in the tarot. Because literally Saturn is represented by the devil in the tarot. And if you look at it, you'll notice that you have the devil sitting on top of a black cube. And then you have two human beings, a male and a female, chained to that black cube, which is causing them to take on the features of the devil. So a human being operating completely from their lower nature, completely from their animalistic, basic instincts. And remember, that's exactly what that god Pan is about, that untamed animalistic nature, giving fully into your lower nature and basically giving fully into the material world without any type of self-discipline or higher thought, which all come from the mind. So again, matter over mind. And remember that symbol for Saturn in astrology with the cross representing matter and the physical world, and then Saturn's scythe being attached to that cross. Well, you're basically getting the same thing here with human beings being chained to that black cube of the devil. Just right here, you have the devil replacing Saturn. So whoever made this a thing in planetary astrology and in tarot with the goat and the devil leading back to Saturn, they were really trying to push this point home about the connection between Saturn and Satan. Now, eventually from this goat-like depiction of Satan, we would get the Baphomet, that image used by the Church of Satan and other people who deal in different forms of Satanism. And there's a history of this thing that goes all the way back to the Crusades, that medieval time period when you had the Knights Templar attempting to convert different nations over to Catholicism and Christianity. Well, what's crazy is that as a part of that history, the Knights Templar were actually accused of worshiping the Baphomet. Either way, the history of the accusations are there. But despite all that history, there was no known depictions of the Baphomet until 1856, when this writer, Eliphas Levi, wrote a book called The Dogma and Rituals of High Magic. And in that book, we got the first known image of the Baphomet, the same image that we're familiar with today, the half man, half goat, half male, half female Baphomet. But what's interesting is how he referred to the Baphomet in the book, because if you look at it, he referred to the Baphomet as the sabbatic goat. And that word sabbatic is used to refer to something that's connected to the Sabbath. And remember, the Sabbath is dealing with Saturday, which ultimately takes you back to Saturn. Now, the occult explanation for the Baphomet is that it's supposed to symbolize this perfect balance between two complete opposites. So like good and evil, masculine and feminine, light and dark, negative and positive, those opposite energies that you find inside human beings. And when you master those two polar opposites and you're able to bring them together in a perfect balance, this is what leads a person to becoming enlightened or illuminated, which is why you see the torch sprouting out of the top of the head. Then you have the wings and the two intertwined snakes, which was taken from the Greek god Hermes, because the symbol for Hermes is the caduceus, the rod with the two wings and the two intertwined snakes. And you see this symbol used in the medical field a lot, but it actually goes back to this Greek god. And in mythology, Hermes was looked at basically like a messenger god. He was like a middleman between the gods and mortals, and he would convey messages back and forth between the different realms. So it's being used here as a way of saying that the symbol of the Baphomet contains some type of divine knowledge. Now, the reason for the goat symbology or the pan symbology is to symbolize the belief of a need for evil, that evil is actually a necessary component of existence, that basically we need evil to understand good, because if you didn't have evil, you'd have nothing to compare good to. So the idea is that evil is a necessary component in order for us to understand reality in full detail. Just like you need a negative and a positive charge to create an energetic spark in something. It's pretty much that same concept, that you need both the negative and the positive in order to experience full existence. And clearly, with that image of Pan, the focus with the Baphomet is on bringing in that lower energy, that negative animalistic energy into this reality. Now, there's a statue of George Washington, one of the founding fathers, that was created in 1840. And it used to sit right in the middle of the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C. And originally it was supposed to stay in the Capitol. But there was so much controversy over this statue, mainly because it depicted George Washington without a shirt, which was a huge issue during that time, that in 1908, it got moved indoors, first to the Smithsonian Museum. Now it's in the National Museum of American History. But when you really look at this sculpture, it looks a lot like one of the founding fathers, George Washington, sculpted in the same exact pose as the Baphomet. You put them up side by side and they're nearly identical. They're both seated with that same posture, and the hand gestures are really similar. Not to mention that you have George Washington depicted with his shirt off, which again, when that statue was presented to the public in 1840, that was one of the big issues that people had with it. Why is the president of the United States half naked on this statue? Well, if you compare him to the Baphomet, which is also shirtless, and then them both having nothing but that cloth covering them up, it seems like there might be a connection. And remember, again, this statue of George Washington was built in 1840, and we didn't get that first official depiction of the Baphomet until 1856. So then you got to ask, which came first, this sculpture of George Washington or the Baphomet? Either way, there's clearly a strong similarity between these two images. Now, you got to keep in mind that George Washington was a well-known Freemason. And eventually down the line, we got this French writer named Leo Taxil, who started up this huge campaign against the Freemasons. And one of his main claims was that the Freemasons were worshiping the devil in the lodges, and that they were specifically worshiping the Baphomet. And this lasted all the way from the early 1890s all the way to 1897. And it was extremely controversial. He was getting a lot of backlash from Freemasons until one day, all of a sudden in 1897, he comes out and says that it was all a hoax, that he pretty much lied about everything, and that it was some sort of like social experiment to see how many Catholics he could get to believe this story, because apparently he was extremely anti-Catholic, and eventually this whole thing would go on to be known as the Taxil hoax. Now, if that's not crazy enough, around this same time period, you had this English occultist named Aleister Crowley start this organization called the Order of the Temple of the East. And from this organization, he ended up forming his own religion called Thelema. And this man, Aleister Crowley, went on to be known as the wickedest man in the world. He actually went out of his way to dive into all types of dark and evil stuff. And he actually named himself the Great Beast 666. And eventually he went on to refer to himself as the Baphomet. And his main motto in all of his teachings was do what thou wilt. So basically having no boundaries, no discipline, no self-control, pretty much embodying those characteristics of the god Pan. He was actually kicked out of Italy and banned by the Italian government because of some of the sick stuff that he was rumored to be doing in this house in France that he had turned into a cult. And this eventually led to him becoming one of the most widely known occultists in the world. Now, the symbol for this religion that he created, Thelema, is actually a unique form of a hexagram. Now, with a regular hexagram, you have two triangles that overlap each other to create that hexagram. But a unicursal hexagram is a hexagram that's created in one continuous motion, one continuous line. So geometrically, it could actually be seen as like the perfect form of the hexagram. But it's crazy because this unicrystal hexagram is actually extremely similar to another symbol in the practice of magic called the sigil of Saturn, or the seal of Saturn. I mean, they look nearly identical when you put them side by side. And this seal is supposed to be created from what they call the magic square of Saturn. And it's every number from 1 through 9 aligned in perfect horizontal and diagonal rows to form a square by tracing out each one of these numbers in this square. And from that outline, you get the seal of Saturn, or the sigil of Saturn. Now, in magic, the planet Saturn is associated with time, containment, death, and stagnation. So a lot of negative energy. Now, remember, time is taking us back to Kronos because he was considered the god of time. Remember, Father Time, counting down and only giving you so much time. And then you have death, which takes you back to the Grim Reaper, carrying around that scythe and waiting for your time to run out. And again, the Grim Reaper is directly connected to Kronos, or Saturn. And then you have containment and stagnation. And with those two, just think about the devil and human beings being chained to that black cube of the devil. And again, the devil points you right back to Saturn. And then all of this is contained in this square or cube. And it seems like we have the quote unquote wickedest man in the world. This guy calling himself the Beast and the Baphomet, doing all this low energy, low vibrational stuff, creating an entire religion centered around tapping into the energies of Saturn. Now, there's a lot of debate out there about whether or not Aleister Crowley was a Freemason. And even though there's nothing official on record to prove that he was, there are a couple of images of him dressed in the Freemasonic attire. So it brings in the question, was he connected to the Freemasons? And what's crazy is that if you take the official symbol for Freemasonry with the compass overlapping the ruler, and you compare that symbol to the unicrystal hexagram, they look really similar. The compass is laid over the ruler at the perfect angle to give you those same 6 points that you see on the unicrystal hexagram. You've got the two adjacent points to the left and the right, and then you've got those two triangular points at the top and the bottom, exactly like that unicrystal hexagram. It's giving you the same angles, the same points. And if you put the symbol for Freemasonry side by side with the sigil of Saturn, again, there is a similarity because, of course, you've got a lot of those same angles that you see in the unicrystal hexagram in the sigil of Saturn. Now, if we rewind back a little bit to the mid 1800s, we end up running into this guy named Albert Pike, probably one of the most influential Freemasons in history. He was a high ranking 33rd degree Mason, and he was basically responsible for developing the framework of that organization. This guy was a really influential Freemason, so much so that after he passed away in 1891, about a half a century later, they built a museum in his honor in the Masonic Temple in Washington, D.C., and then they moved his remains into that temple. In 1901, they built a memorial statue in his honor and placed it in the middle of the Judiciary Square in Washington, D.C. Now, despite all the protests and calls for action to get this statue taken down, the federal government has refused to do anything. And it's crazy because Albert Pike is literally the only Confederate military officer with an outdoor statue in Washington, D.C. So it just kind of shows you just how powerful this man's influence was. Now, in 1871, he wrote a book called Morals and Dogma of the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. And he went into a lot of stuff in the book. But when you read it and you get to page 5 of the book, he starts talking about the ashlars. And an ashlar is a square stone that's used in masonry, that's used to finish off the walls of brick and mortar structures. And right here, he compares the ashlars to actual people. It says, "You will hear shortly of the rough ashlar and the perfect ashlar as part of the jewels of the lodge. The rough ashlar is said to be a stone as taken from the quarry in its rude and natural state. The perfect ashlar is said to be a stone made ready by the hands of the workman to be adjusted by the working tools of the fellow craft. The rough ashlar is the people as a mass, rude and unorganized. The perfect ashlar, or cubical stone, symbol of perfection, is the state. The rulers deriving their powers from the consent of the governed, the constitution and the laws speaking the will of the people. The government harmonious, symmetrical, efficient, its powers properly distributed and duly adjusted in equilibrium. If we delineate a cube on a plane surface thus, we have visible 3 faces and 9 external lines drawn between 7 points. The complete cube has 3 more faces, making 6, 3 more lines, making 12, and 1 point, making 8, while its own 2 figures, 1, 2, added together, make the sacred number 3. It was called the perfect number, and the cube became the symbol of perfection. So he's basically saying that the citizens, the majority of the people on the planet, are unorganized, unrefined, not balanced, a little uneven, just like one of those ashlar bricks that just doesn't quite form a perfect square, has those jagged edges to it. It's just kind of rough. He's saying the people are a rough ashlar. And then on the other end, the state or the government represents the perfect ashlar, a perfect cube that's formed when the state has that ultimate power or ultimate control over the people, with the people agreeing to give them that power, which is adjusted by the working tools of the fellow craft. So basically controlled by the Freemasons. And if you look at the illustration of that cube, with it being shown at that specific angle to give you those 3 faces, 3 lines, the 6 points on each side with that 1 extra point in the middle. And then if you turn that cube around, you'd have the exact same thing on the opposite side. And all of that coming together to give you those exact sacred numbers and create the perfect ashlar. You can see that when a cube is laid out that way, what you get is a hexagon. So he's basically saying that the perfect form of the cube and the perfect symbol of government control is the hexagon. So if we go from there to page 102, in this part of the book, he starts delving into Satan and exactly who and what Satan is. It says, the true name of Satan, the Kabbalists say, is that of Yahweh reversed. For Satan is not a black god, but the negation of God. The devil is the personification of atheism or idolatry. For the initiates, this is not a person, but a force created for good, but which may serve for evil. It is the instrument of liberty or free will. They represent this force, which presides over the physical generation under the mythological or horned form of the god Pan. Thence came the he-goat of the Sabbat, brother of the ancient serpent, and the light bearer or phosphor, of which the poets have made the false Lucifer of the legend. So he brings up the devil, Pan, the he-goat of the Sabbat, so the Baphomet, the ancient serpent, Lucifer, all of these names that are being used to describe the same negative, low vibrational force, and that all ultimately point you back to Satan. And he's saying for the initiates, so for the people that practice Freemasonry, Satan is not an actual living, breathing person, but a force. So an energy that was created for good, but can serve for evil. So that goes back to that idea of the Baphomet, that we need both positive and negative energy to experience existence to the fullest. And the Baphomet basically representing bringing in that negative or evil energy onto the planet to the fullest extent. And he's saying that this force of Satan is represented by our free will, basically our ability to do whatever we want to do. Remember Aleister Crowley basing that whole Thelema religion around Satan, the Baphomet, the beast 666. And his main motto surrounding all of that being do what thou wilt. So basically not putting any boundaries on your free will. Or if you look at it here, giving fully into Satan. And he says that this force presides over the physical generation. So basically that Satan is the ruler of this physical world. And again, we've seen that illustrated with human beings being chained to that black cube of the devil. And you have to wonder, when he says they represent this force, is he talking about the initiates or the followers of Freemasonry? Because there are odd things like that statue of George Washington, one of the founding fathers and a prominent Freemason, depicted in nearly almost the exact same pose as the Baphomet. Then he says that Satan is not a black god, but the negation of God. So basically that Satan is the exact opposite of God. And in that line, Satan is not a black god. He's also giving you the negation of Satan, or the exact opposite of Satan, and saying that that exact opposite is a black god. Now, remember everything that Satan represents, which is giving completely into the physical world without any boundaries, and basically allowing your matter to take over your mind, letting that lower nature take over completely. Well, right here, he's saying that a black god is the exact opposite of that, the exact opposite of giving into the physical. And this is the one and only time in the book when you see this term. Now, if we go back and take a second look at that astrological symbol for Capricornus, and we know what the goat can be connected to. But as far as that lower half, that fishtail, remember one of the earliest religious symbols was the ichthys, which was literally a fish. And there's this whole mystery behind the origins of this thing. Nobody seems to know where it originally came from. But eventually, the early Christians adopted this symbol from somewhere and started to use it as a secret symbol to let other Christians know that they were also a Christian. So instead of coming out and admitting that they were a Christian in public and risk being killed, they would draw this fish symbol in the dirt or the sand and then quickly brush it away. And it was like an easy way to identify yourself as a Christian because all you had to do was draw those two lines and basically turn it into an acronym or a sort of code word. So whenever one of them would say the word fish, what they'd actually be saying was Jesus. And the symbol eventually started to catch on. And by the 4th century, it was widespread all over the place, leading into today where you see it in front of church buildings and on the back of people's cars. You pretty much see it everywhere now. But again, they say that the origin of this symbol is a mystery. The early Christians adopted it from somewhere, but they have no clue where this thing originally came from. But it seems like a recurring theme in all of these ancient texts that the first physical thing in existence is always water. And then out of that water, we get the very first gods. It's something you constantly see in ancient mythology. And some of the oldest written history that we know of comes out of Mesopotamia or the Middle East, Iraq, Iran, Syria, all around that region. And when you look into the ancient mythology of Mesopotamia, you're going to come across these beings called the Apkallu. And the Apkallu are these 7 demigods. So basically the offspring of the gods. And in the mythology, after the first human beings are placed on the earth, the gods send the Apkallu to teach human beings everything. How to read, how to write, how to farm, science, mathematics, everything. And also to teach them about the gods and how the gods created the world. And when the Apkallu come to the earth, they come from out of the ocean. They literally walk out of the ocean onto dry land. And the very first group of Apkallu that come to the earth are these human men wearing the carcass of a fish. They're literally described as human beings who have the carcass of a fish draped over the top of them, wearing these fish almost like a cloak, with the fish head covering the top of their head and the rest of the fish draped over their back, wearing these fish just like somebody would wear a robe. And they were looked at as the teachers of mankind, these wise men or sages, and more Apkallu would keep showing up. And based off of the mythology, these Apkallu are the ones who taught the people in each one of the ancient civilizations from the past. And there's artifacts all over different parts of the Middle East depicting the Apkallu. A lot of times they'll be in these ancient abandoned cities that are pretty much nothing but ruins. And in the middle of all of that, you'll have one of these Apkallu artifacts that survived all the destruction to the city still standing. But you also have the artifacts that have been excavated and moved to different museums in places like Germany and England, usually in different parts of Europe. And sometimes you'll see the Apkallu depicted in large groups. Sometimes they'll be surrounding what looks like a king or a priest, covering them in water. Then other times they're depicted by themselves. But they're almost always portrayed as these human men wearing these fish from head to toe, almost completely wrapped in this fish skin. They almost look like mermaids or mermen with that half man, half fish appearance. But it's a little bit more realistic because you got an actual human being wearing the skin of a fish. And they say that in Mesopotamia, people would actually take the small figurines of the Apkallu and bury them underneath the foundations of buildings. That's where they found a lot of them when they excavated, because people thought that these images of the Apkallu would protect them from evil spirits. And they'd usually set them out in sets of 7, because when the Apkallu showed up, they showed up in a group of 7. And in the mythology, after teaching mankind, the Apkallu stay on the earth for a long time before finally descending back into the water. But eventually, according to the myth, they all leave the earth. But they left what looks like this major impact on that ancient Mesopotamian culture with all these artifacts and all this mythology. Now, if we take a look at the Roman Catholic Church, the Pope, cardinals, and bishops wear something called a mitre. And there is some conflict on the origins of the mitre and what it's actually supposed to mean. But the most widely accepted explanation is that it was pulled directly from Acts chapter 2 in the Bible. And this is basically like the moment when the disciples are given the power directly from God to preach to every nation, no matter what language. And when the Holy Spirit enters the room, it looks like 2 tongues of fire or 2 flames. And in the story, those flames come down and sit on each one of the disciples. And so the idea is that those 2 points on the miter represent those two flames. Now, again, this isn't the official explanation. It's just the most widely accepted. And it makes sense because every single world leader, every president, every dictator of every single country, all make a visit to the Vatican and meet with the Pope, no matter what language they speak, no matter what religion. So that symbology of having the power to reach every nation appointed by God makes a lot of sense. It's almost like you can see that playing out in plain sight. But that's just one aspect. There does seem to be another side to it. If you take the Pope wearing that mitre and then take that image of the Apkallu and place them together side by side and make a comparison, the mitre looks almost identical to that fish head. That open top of the mitre basically looks like the mouth of a fish. Even those two tails hanging down the back of the mitre, they call them lappets. They look really similar to those scales, or the body of that fish going down the back of the Apkallu. And even when you look into where the lappets, those two tails on the back, come from, again, the origins are apparently unknown. They have no clue where they originated from or what they mean. But the resemblance to the Apkallu is crazy. Now, when they wear the mitre, they usually wear it during ceremonial occasions. So during seasons like Advent, Lent, and different processions within the church. Now, in the Vatican in Rome, which is essentially the headquarters of the Roman Catholic Church, it's worn on a lot of occasions, but specifically during Holy Mass, where they venerate the patron saints. And of course, you've got so many different forms of the patron saints all over the world. They look different depending on where you go, but inside of the Vatican in Rome, the depiction of the patron Saint Peter is black, a very dark black tone. And as one of the rituals of the Mass, the Pope, wearing the mitre along with the bishops, bows down to that statue of Saint Peter. And then the Pope and the Archbishop walk up and kiss the foot of Saint Peter. And this is at the very end of the Mass, by the way. This is what closes out the Mass. And this particular Mass is called the Feast of the Chair of Saint Peter, obviously because that statue of Saint Peter is sitting on that throne. And again, there's quite a few patron saints, but the head church in the Vatican in Rome is actually named Saint Peter's Basilica. The entire church is actually named after this patron saint. So that already kind of gives you an idea of just how important this figure is to the Roman Catholic Church. But also, every single pope is required to wear a ring on their finger. It's called the Ring of the Fisherman. And again, every single pope is required to wear this ring. And the ring itself is engraved with an image of Saint Peter. And if you notice on the ring, Saint Peter is depicted with the halo above his head. And with the robe and the crown removed, you can see that that statue in the Vatican also has a permanent halo, literally a ring hovering over the head of this patron saint. Now remember, this is all located in Rome, controlled by the Roman Catholic Church. And remember, also in Rome, we had the Roman Empire, an empire that seemed to be obsessed with this god Saturn, with Saturnalia and all the Greek mythology, literally dedicating an entire festival to this god. They seem to be closely tied to this god, Saturn. And of course, we know Saturn is the one planet in our solar system with the largest visible halo circling around it. So you got to wonder, is this patron saint depiction of Saint Peter just a continuation of that ancient Roman worship of Saturn? And we've seen the image of Shani and now Saint Peter, and clearly they're both black. And if we go back and look at that term used for those Apkallu, and the term Apkallu can actually be broken down into a compound, into two words, into the word Ap and into the word Kalu. And in Sanskrit, which is an ancient Indian language that is supposed to go back at least 4,000 years, the word Ap translates to the word water. And in Hindi, which is the official language in India, the term Kali means black. And you can actually see this with the Hindu goddess Kali, because her name literally translates to she who is black. And what's interesting is that Kali is looked at as the goddess of time, doomsday, and death. Those same exact traits that we see given to the planet Saturn. And within the same family, you have the word Kalu, which in India is actually seen as a derogatory term against black people. It's pretty much like using the N-word with the ER on the end. Actually, just recently, there was a West Indies cricket player who came out claiming racism against his own teammates because they were constantly calling him Kalu. They actually called him Kalu so much that it became his nickname among the team. And this went on for years. And it wasn't until recent where he found out that that was considered a racist term. And, he went on to publicly call out his teammates on it. But more than likely, it's the same exact case as every other racist term used against dark-skinned people, where the word originally started out meaning dark or black. And then over the span of history, it got morphed into this racist derogatory word. But just with the way it's used now, you can easily see that it fits. And ultimately, it just translates to black people. So again, you've got the word op, meaning water. And then you've got the word kalu, which is referring to black people. And when you take those two terms, that compound, and you put it together, you get op kalu, black people from the water. So we have that definition that we can piece together with those two terms. But we also have some science, because melanin has the ability to split the water molecule. And by split, meaning that it can literally split water in half. Because when you think about how melanin absorbs the rays of the sun, there's a lot of heat building up during that process, and a whole lot of electromagnetic activity to cause melanin to absorb those sun rays. And so melanin, as a natural electrical conductor, is able to cause water to split. And when the water splits, the hydrogen and oxygen starts to increase. And you go from just that basic H2O to a lot more hydrogen and oxygen atoms. And once all of that starts to cool down, all of that hydrogen and oxygen bonds back together, and you actually end up with more water than you had before the water split. But if you think about how water splitting works and how you have that increase in hydrogen and oxygen, and then think about how the most popular idea of how life started on Earth is that it started with water. They always say without water, there would be no life. But how did that water expand and spread all over the Earth? Well, again, if you think about how melanin causes water to split and how that process ultimately creates more water, it would seem like one of the key elements in developing life on Earth would be melanin. And when you look at the chemical structure of melanin, carbon is the most prevalent element in melanin. You have hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, but nothing is more prevalent in melanin than carbon. And carbon, as its own separate element, is hydrophobic, meaning that water has little to no effect on it, and it basically repels water. And we're talking about pure carbon, that dark black element that hasn't been mixed with any other elements. You can submerge it all the way into the water, and it's so hydrophobic that it will literally build a barrier around itself and the water. And you'll be able to see like the barrier wrapped around this carbon as you move it around the water. It's crazy. And when you pull it back out of the water, it's just as dry as when you put it in, because again, there's little to no interaction between that carbon and the water. And when you first attempt to put it into the water, because it's so repellent to the water, it won't sink into the water. It actually just floats on top of the water with that same exact barrier wrapped around it. If you try to pour water onto it, it literally just either bounces right off of the carbon, or the water sits on top of the carbon in the form of perfectly formed water droplets. It's pretty much nearly impossible to soak this element, carbon, in water. You just can't get it wet. Carbon is literally the perfect water resistant element. Now, keep in mind that the average melanin chemical compound in the average human being has about 18 carbon atoms that make up that melanin polymer. But just imagine a human being with more. We're all carbon-based beings. All life is carbon-based. But there's nobody that we can see with that carbon black hue. But if you look at how carbon interacts with water, and then you look at the Apkallu, or the black people from the water, those half man, half fish, and that mythology of the Apkallu emerging from the water, it really all seems to fit. There is some similarity between the science and the mythology. And also think about the evolution theory, and how at the very core of that theory is this idea that human life started in the water, and that after going from that single cell in those microbial organisms, the very first thing that human beings evolved into was a fish. So based off of that theory, our oldest ancestor would be a fish. And eventually this fish emerged from the water onto dry land and was the one to take those first steps towards the evolution of human life. So the question is, how much of that is actually pointing back to that mythology of the Apkallu. And remember, in the mythology, the Apkallu are demigods. They're the offspring of the gods. And they're actually brought into existence by a god named Ea or Enki. And in the mythology, Enki is the one who actually sets up order on the planet. He sets up all the different nations and then assigns all the different gods to different parts of the world. And he was also considered the Lord of Apsu, or the Lord of the deep water under the earth, which was also where you could find the temple of Enki, the same place where the Apkallu came from when they made their way onto the earth. Now, he was also considered a creator god, and he was looked at as the one who was responsible for creating human beings. And when you look into the Mesopotamian mythology, you actually have two different creation stories. The first one is found on a tablet called the Eridu Genesis, where you have the creation of the black-headed people who are given complete dominion and rulership over the earth. And then in a second tablet called the Enuma Elish, and in that one, a second group of people are created called mankind. And in the Eridu Genesis, the black-headed people are removed from their place of authority on the earth, and mankind replaces them in that position and takes over under the authority of the gods. Now, the god Enki was associated with semen and amniotic fluid. So we're talking about fertility, reproduction, vitality, creation, and life, basically. All high energy aspects. And the symbol used to represent Enki was a half goat, half fish. And there are physical artifacts of this goat-fish symbology throughout Mesopotamia. The majority of them ended up in the Hearst Museum in California. And you can see it's just like that astrological symbol for Capricornus. You've got the upper half of a goat attached to the lower half of a fish. That same exact hybrid between the two, with the goat head, hind legs, and the fish tail. And there's also artifacts for the god Enki himself. And you can see he's depicted as half man, half fish, similar to the Apkallu, but obviously he's portrayed a lot more like a mermaid or a merman, because you got that upper body of a human and then that entire lower body of a fish. And remember, in the mythology, the Apkallu are the offspring of the gods, and they come from this much more major god, Enki. Now, remember, the goatfish is supposed to represent Enki, one of the original gods and one of the very first beings on the earth in the Mesopotamian mythology. And there's actually a fish in nature called a mulidae, and it's also known as a goatfish. And one of the interesting traits of the goatfish is that it's able to camouflage itself. The goatfish will instantly change color in order to match its environment. They're really covert and elusive fish. But just think about how one of the major characteristics of these goatfish is their ability to camouflage themselves, to hide themselves, and stay out of sight. And this same exact fish, this fish that tries to keep itself hidden, is being used to symbolize what would be one of the very first beings on the planet. One of the most ancient beings, one of the most ancient gods. And through astrology, it's being used to represent Capricornus, which is linked directly to Saturn. So it's almost like the goatfish is symbolic for something that we don't see, but something that is definitely there, hiding in plain sight. Hence all this symbolism with things like the goatfish, which again would eventually turn into the sea goat of Capricornus. Again, we have the goat, which can be connected to the devil, the Baphomet, Satan, evil, and just your lower nature. And then we have the fish, which seems to be connected to the highest energy possible, life itself, also knowledge, wisdom, and ultimately God, things pertaining to your higher nature. So looking at the symbol of the sea goat or the goatfish, it's really almost like looking at a yin and yang symbol, God and Satan, good and evil, higher self, lower self. It's those two polar opposites, the negative and the positive, brought together as one. It's like you're getting all of that, all of these things that we can see, It's like it's all tied into this one symbol. So literally it's everything. And remember, this is the symbol for Capricornus, which again is ruled by Saturn. Now, if you notice, wherever you see Saturn, you also always tend to see a lot of symbolism dealing with the color black. The black gods, the black cube. It's almost like black and Saturn go hand in hand. And so the question is, what is up with that connection between Saturn and the color black? Well, there's a very old form of chemistry, a really ancient scientific practice called alchemy. And there were two different types of alchemists. You had the alchemists who would try to transform metal, and then you had spiritual alchemists, the alchemists who were trying to use those same steps of alchemy to strengthen the spiritual side of themselves and to get that spiritual side to the highest level that it could go. So basically to really reach that state of mind over matter and to get to the point where they weren't affected by things like disease and even death. And this whole process was broken down into 7 steps. And those 7 steps were symbolized by the 7 rungs of a ladder, with that final step or that final rung representing full spiritual enlightenment or full transformation, bringing the physical side completely together with the spiritual side. And the very first step on that ladder, called calcination, is connected to the planet Saturn. And Saturn is connected to the root chakra and represented by lead. Now, the reason that lead is used as that very first metal in the steps of alchemy is because of a lot of its attributes. It's being used to represent the lowest state of the mind. Because if you think about it, lead is one of the heaviest metals. So it can be really hard to maneuver and to handle. But at the same time, it's very soft. All it takes is the scratch of a fingernail to put an impression into lead. So it's very easy to manipulate the shape of lead. It's also one of the most dangerous metals. And when dealing with it, you got to worry about things like lead poisoning, which builds up in the body slowly over time. So at this stage, you can look at the mind in the same way. Hard to handle, but easily manipulated, easily reshaped, and easily reformed. And a high possibility of being extremely toxic if it's not handled the right way. And then with the root chakra, obviously out of all the 7 chakras, the root chakra is the lowest chakra. And so it's dealing with your lower nature, your basic instincts. And it's basically the foundation of all the rest of the chakras. So if that root chakra is unbalanced, it pretty much sends everything else out of whack. You can pretty much forget about all the rest of the chakras. That root chakra is where the stability of everything else starts. And when you have an unstable root chakra, it means that you're basically given completely into the physical and allowing yourself to be controlled by your lower nature. And the root chakra is connected to the earth. So it's the one chakra that keeps you grounded here and can keep you grounded here if you never learn how to control it, how to discipline it. And then the color of the root chakra is also red. And if used in the right way, that red can symbolize stability, security, confidence. But just think about an unstable root chakra, somebody giving fully into their lower nature. And then think about that classic depiction of the red devil and that idea that the devil uses all of the riches and the pleasures of the physical world to tempt you and to ultimately take control of you and to bring you down to his level and to get you to serve him and ultimately to destroy you. You know how they say an idle mind is the devil's playground. So a mind that's not being put to use is vulnerable to the temptations of the devil. So you've got the red devil and the red root chakra, or your lower self, your lower nature, which is being worked on in that first step of alchemy. And this is all happening through a process called calcination. And in chemistry, calcination is the process of raising a solid object up to a high temperature, just below the melting point. And the purpose is to remove any toxic substances, any impurities, and sometimes even removing any organic matter. And it can literally be looked at as a process of purification. So think about that from a spiritual standpoint, removing impurities, removing toxic elements, and separating yourself from matter, removing matter from the equation and starting that process of allowing the mind to take over matter. It's kind of what you're getting from this process of calcination from an alchemical standpoint. Now, because this first step is all about burning away all those toxins, impurities, and using that heat to remove yourself from that matter, and because all of this is connected to Saturn, in alchemy, Saturn is actually looked at as the black sun. And this process of calcination is called the negrito, or the blackness. And because it's the first stage in this process of alchemy, it's also the most difficult and the most negative stage. So they usually use what looks like a lot of dark, scary imagery to illustrate this process, because it's supposed to be the most frightening step, letting go of physical attachments, things that you might want to hold on to, but you actually need to let go of. It really starts to tear away at your ego and forces you to face that hard reality of just exactly who you really are underneath the surface, without all those physical things to hide behind. It's the most difficult stage because it's literally like a full detox from the physical, letting go of the material world completely. And through this concept, the black sun, or Saturn, is supposed to be at the forefront of all of this, making this process happen. Now, this black sun symbolism would also end up getting adopted by the Nazis in Germany. They never used it out in the open, but there's a large mosaic of the black sun inside one of the Nazi castles in Germany. And there's supposed to be all this mystery surrounding what they actually used it for. Nobody really has an answer as to what the connection between the black sun and the Nazis was. But we know for sure that Hitler and the Nazis went around to all these ancient civilizations stealing information. And that's how they eventually got the swastika. And some people actually think it was the substitute for the swastika. And it was supposed to represent the rise of the Aryan race and their conquest to dominate and take complete control of the planet. And eventually you would get neo-Nazi groups and other white supremacist groups who would adopt this same symbol of the black sun. You'll see it on flags, shirts, posters, websites that are all connected to these white extremist groups. And on top of the white supremacists, the black sun was also adopted by some groups of Satanists. They used the black sun in the same way as the Baphomet to represent that extreme level of satanic energy, or that lower nature pan energy. And from alchemy, we know that that black sun is pointing back to Saturn. But looking at it from a scientific standpoint, a black sun would technically be a dead star, because when a star dies, if it doesn't completely collapse on itself and become a black hole, then as soon as it cools down and no longer emits any heat or light, it becomes a black dwarf. At least that's the theory anyway. But you got to wonder, where did the inspiration for that theory come from? Now, remember, there is that idea floating out there that at one point Saturn was literally our sun, that it replaced the sun that we see in the sky today. And so when the people in these ancient civilizations looked up in the sky, they would see Saturn, just like we can look up and see the sun today. And when you look at Saturn through a telescope, with the way that it's positioned in the sky, from our vantage point, you can see the planet itself, and then you can see the majority of the rings of Saturn surrounding the planet. And from that vantage point, with the planet in the middle and those rings surrounding the planet, Saturn looks a lot like an eye. It looks like you have the pupil of an eye surrounded by the frame of an eye. And so you can imagine, if Saturn was closer to the Earth at some point in the past, when people looked up in the sky, this is what they would have seen. It literally would have looked like an eye in the sky looking down on the planet. Now, we know that Egypt is one of the oldest known civilizations that we know of. And when you look at all of the hieroglyphs and all of the monuments, one of the symbols that you see throughout Egypt the most is the eye. They depicted the eye a lot. You can find the eye all throughout Egypt. And then more specifically in Egyptian mythology, you have the eye of Horus and the eye of Ra, two different eyes that look identical. But of course, those two different eyes both have their own separate origin stories. Now, with the Eye of Horus, Horus is the son of two of the most ancient gods, Isis and Osiris. And Horus's father, Osiris, is killed by his own brother, Set, because Set wanted to take his position as the supreme god. But there was one thing in the way of that. Isis and Osiris had a son, Horus. And being Osiris's son, Horus held that rightful position as the supreme god. So Set set out to kill Horus and finally take over as the supreme god. Now, fast forward a little bit, and Horus and Set are battling for the throne. And during that battle, Set gouges out Horus's left eye, literally pulls his eye out. But even despite that, Horus is able to fight off Set, and Set flees. He runs away, and the battle ends. But now Horus has lost his left eye. So Horus goes to one of the elder gods, Hathor, and Hathor restores his eye. And when Horus's eye is fully restored, he offers it over to his father, Osiris, hoping that it can somehow restore his life. And the Eye of Horus will go on to symbolize sacrifice, healing, restoration, and protection. And then we have the Eye of Ra. And in this version of the mythology, Ra is the supreme god, but he's getting old and he's kind of starting to lose his influence over the people. So he goes to his father, an even more ancient god named Nun. And Nun, by the way, literally represents the ancient waters, the water that has been around since the beginning of time that everything came from. But Ra goes to his father, Nun, and asks him how he can get back the respect and the reverence of the people. So Nun tells him to sit on his throne and take out his right eye. And the eye immediately takes on its own form and becomes the goddess Sekhmet. And Sekhmet is this bloodthirsty god that immediately goes out and starts causing total destruction. She just continually moves through the earth, causing death everywhere she goes. And when Ra tries to get her to stop, she just keeps going, like she is hell bent on destruction. So Ra sets up a council with the rest of the gods and the people, and they devise this plan to trick Sekhmet, to bait her in with this vial of blood that's also been contaminated with some stuff that will make her pass out. So Sekhmet falls for it, and while she's out, Ra takes away about half of her power. And when she wakes up, she's still bloodthirsty and still a god of destruction, but now she only uses that power to protect things. And after this, Ra steps down from his throne, and this is when Osiris, the father of Horus, becomes the new supreme god. So from these two mythologies, you can see you have two gods sitting on the same throne, representing the two opposite sides of that throne, the left eye and the right eye. And with that left eye, you're getting healing, restoration, life, positive energy. And then that right eye is connected to destruction, chaos, and death. So of course, negative energy. So you got negative, positive, good, evil. You've got these dual energies being represented by these two eyes, two opposing sides of the same source. Now, once the federal government of the United States was established in the early 1700s, we would get the Great Seal of the United States, the bald eagle on the front and the Eye of Providence on the back. But if you take a closer look at that right side with the 13 stars and the bald eagle, and look closely at those 13 stars and how they're arranged. Now, if you notice, they're perfectly aligned to form a hexagram. The stars are lined up in just the right position to give you a hexagram. And then if you notice, you also have a hexagon surrounding that hexagram. And remember, those 13 stars represent the 13 colonies that originally formed the United States. But interestingly enough, you also had 13 states that made up the Confederacy. And this is why when you look at the Confederate flag, it has 13 stars on it. Then just below that in Latin, we have E pluribus unum, which translates to out of many, one. And then just below that is the bald eagle, holding the olive branch on the left and holding arrows on the right. And of course, that olive branch symbolizes peace, and the arrows symbolize war. So you've got two dueling energies, just like the Eye of Horus and the Eye of Ra. Positive energy on the left, negative energy on the right. Now, what's interesting about the bald eagle is that in Greek mythology, the god Zeus would sometimes take on the form of an eagle. He would literally transform himself into an eagle. And there's one particular story in Greek mythology where Zeus is looking down from the heavens and notices a young boy named Ganymede. And Zeus becomes infatuated. So Zeus creates a storm and then transforms into his eagle form. And then he flies down, swoops up Ganymede, and takes him back up into the clouds and brings him to his bedside. A lot of people believe that this story wasn't added in until the 5th century, and that the Greco-Romans added it in later because you have writings from Plato about this myth where he literally said that the Greco-Romans made up this story to justify their quote unquote unnatural pleasures. And if that's the case, then this eagle would be more akin to the Baphomet, a representation of that satanic pan energy. And there's definitely a Greek connection to this eagle because just above the eagle, you have Latin writing. Then on the left, we have the Eye of Providence. And at the very top in Latin is Annuit Coptis, which translates to he has favored our undertakings. And they say that he is supposed to be a reference to God. And then at the bottom is Novus Ordo Seclorum, which translates from Latin to a new order of the ages. Now remember, e pluribus unum translates to out of many, one. And so this is where we get a lot of people talking about the one world order or the new world order. And then we have the half pyramid with the Roman numeral 1776, which is the year that the 13 colonies declared independence. And then you have the 13 steps of that half pyramid, which again are supposed to represent the 13 colonies, leading up to the top of the pyramid, which is the all-seeing eye, hovering over those 13 steps, almost like an eye in the sky, with that light illuminating from it as if it was a sun. So you got a question, what is the all-seeing eye? Is it a sun? Are we looking at the Eye of Horus, the Eye of Ra? What's going on? Well, if we look at what would seem to be the upper echelon of society, the celebrities, public figures, people with large amounts of notoriety and influence over the masses, at one point or another, you can find instances of what seems like them all doing the same exact thing, throwing up this one eye symbolism. You have all these instances of all these celebrities doing the same exact thing, placing their hand over one of their eyes and leaving just one eye visible. And like I said, it's not just one. It seems like you have just about all of them doing this. I mean, you'd be hard pressed to find a public figure with some type of celebrity to their name who hasn't done it at one point or another. Musicians, actors, actresses, politicians, anybody with a little bit of notoriety has done this one eye symbolism. And again, it'd be one thing if it was just a few people, but it literally seems like everybody. And it's not just some recent trend, because you can go as far back as the 50s and 60s and still find celebrities and the popular figures during those times making the exact same hand gesture, covering one eye and only exposing that one eye, just giving you that one eye. And it seems to stretch all over the world, no matter what part of the world. The people with influence, the people with stardom, all seem to be throwing up this same thing. And it's not impossible that there's some world-renowned photographer who just loves to take shots of people in this exact same pose. But it's happening all over the world and spanning across different decades, not to mention different industries. And yet everybody is doing the same exact hand gesture. And when you think about it, the one thing that all of these people have in common is that they're all big name personalities. They all have fame and they all have stardom. That celebrity status is the one thing that connects all of them together. So these are the people that are reaping the benefits of society on a large scale. Billionaires, multimillionaires, all of these people are a part of the upper class of society. People who are really reaping the benefits of the material world. And then they have the fame and the notoriety to go along with it. So their material success is on public display for the masses. Everybody is witnessing that success and also watching them reap the benefits of that success, experiencing material gain at the highest level. And remember that full indulgence into the material world, into the physical, is going to lead you to Satan. Because when you fully give into the material world, it becomes matter over mind, that upside down pentagram, just like human beings being chained to that black cube of the devil. And remember those characteristics of the devil, tempting you with the riches and the pleasures of the material world and trying to keep you trapped in your lower nature. And it seems like they're pretty much giving it to you clear as day as to what this one eye symbolism is alluding to. It's like it's all right there in plain sight. You have high profile personalities being used to tempt you with all the things of the material world. And so that one eye is like a universal signal for being a part of that. And it may not even be that deep for a lot of these celebrities. A lot of them might just be posing the way they're being told by a photographer, and that's the end of it. But that still doesn't take away from the influence that these people have over the masses and that power to be able to sway the focus of the masses and to keep the general focus of the masses on the material world. But there is times where the symbolism is so blatant and so in your face that you got to wonder just how much do some of these people really know? And it's hard not to think that they might know a lot more than they're letting on. Sometimes the subliminal messages that some of these people put out are just so blatantly obvious that it just makes you wonder. It's almost like they're just giving it to you outright. And again, maybe they're just posing the way they're being told to pose, and they have no clue where any of this stuff could possibly go. But the symbolism is there. But it seems like there's even more there, because there's times when they'll put the two fingers over their eye, and it's clearly alluding back to Egypt and back to the eye of Horus and the eye of Ra. And the only question would be, which eye are they representing? Well, with the rest of this symbolism seemingly leading back to Satan and the material world, lower nature, it seems like a good guess would be the eye with the most negative and low vibrational aspects, because the symbolism from a lot of these people gets even more blatant. A lot of them will throw up what looks like that OK hand sign, and they'll usually put it right over their eye. And again, at face value, it seems like nothing, seems pretty innocent. But again, with these celebrities, we're dealing with a heavy promotion of the material world. And if you really look at that OK hand sign with the two fingers making a circle and then the three fingers going up, it kind of looks like 3 6s overlapping each other. It looks really similar. If you layer 3 6s on top of each other, you get something that looks almost identical to this hand sign. And one of the other places that you'll find 3 6s is with a hexagon. A hexagon has 6 sides, 6 vertices, and 6 angles. So a hexagon is giving you those 3 6s. But you also get 3 6s from carbon. About 98% of all carbon is what's called carbon 12. And carbon 12 is made up of 6 electrons, 6 protons, and 6 neutrons. Now remember, all organic life is carbon based. So pretty much all organic life is going to be based on carbon 12. But here's the thing, there's also carbon 13 that makes up that other 1.5% of all carbon based life. And carbon 13 has 6 protons, 6 neutrons, and 7 electrons. And again, carbon 13 makes up less than 1.5% of all organic life on the earth. While again, the majority of life on earth is based on carbon 12, those 3 6s. So the majority of the material world is based on 3 sixes. And again, we've got these celebrities who heavily promote the material world and represent the highest level of physical success, throwing up what looks like 3 sixes. And in a lot of cases, placing those sixes over their eye. And from the looks of it, that eye is ultimately taking you back to Saturn. And of course, we've got that hexagon on Saturn. And the hexagon, again, is going to take you back to 3 sixes. And ultimately going to take you back to carbon 12, which is going to lead you to the physical world, or at least a good portion of it. So you have all these celebrities throwing up what looks like 3 sixes. And it's another thing that they've been doing for decades. You got pretty much every single person with any type of notoriety, any type of fame doing it. There's almost not a time that you can't go back and find the people with stardom, the people with celebrity status throwing up this hand sign. I mean, it's just decades and decades of what seems like literally everybody doing it. All the people with the most influence over society. And again, all the people with the most material success. They're all throwing up 3 sixes. And not just the actors, musicians, politicians, and the athletes. I mean, it's literally everybody with any type of influence. Everybody with a high level of material success in front of the public eye. At some point in their career, you'll find that they've flashed this hand sign. And again, it stretches across different industries and is spread out throughout history. And there's times when you'll see them throw this hand sign up, and they'll also be throwing up what looks like a set of horns right along with it. And it's easy to think nothing of it. But we know if you trace it back far enough, those horns can lead you back to the god Pan, the goat, the Baphomet, and all of that is going to ultimately lead you back to Satan. And just think about the connection. Again, you've got these celebrities seemingly playing a key role in keeping you focused on the material. So metaphorically helping to keep you chained to that black cube of the devil, keeping your attention focused on the things of the physical world, all of the things that the devil would use to pull you in and keep you trapped. You know, fortune, fame, material possessions, an abundance of physical pleasure, keeping you trapped in your root chakra. And like I said, some of these people may not realize just exactly what they're promoting. They might genuinely be completely out of the loop, but then there's the ones that take it to the next level, wearing clothes with the upside down pentagram, the Baphomet, and wearing all this stuff with the goat symbology right out in the open, wearing shirts with Aleister Crowley on them, walking around with shirts with his face on it, even with his "do what thou wilt" quote. Then you've got the celebrities that are literally walking around with the numbers 666, just blatantly letting you know exactly what they're about. 666 plastered big as day right on their shirt for everybody to see. I mean, we even know before Biggie Smalls passed away, he was planning on starting his own clothing line, and it was literally going to be called 666. And you can see him and the rest of Junior Mafia wearing some of the clothes just before he passed away. Again, seemingly just giving it to you outright what these people are about and what their role is in that position as the influencers of the masses. Biggie Smalls was all about promoting that low vibrational gutter hip hop. And a lot of people don't like to talk about it, but he got really dark with a lot of his lyrics. And this is the type of stuff that when you listen to it repeatedly, it can be really damaging to your mind because those lyrics are speaking to your lower nature. And even if it's not affecting you consciously, it can still be doing all types of damage to you subconsciously. But yeah, you got all these celebrities wearing all this different stuff, seemingly using all this different symbolism and throwing up all these different hand signs that all seem to go back to Satan, that seem to correlate with negative, low vibrational energy. Again, keeping you trapped in the material. Again, you'd be hard pressed to find an influential person who hasn't thrown up that okay hand sign. And here's the crazy part. In 2017, the OK hand sign was officially considered a hate symbol. And supposedly it started out as a joke, but eventually you had a bunch of different white supremacist groups that started to use this hand sign. The three fingers are supposed to create a W for white, and then that circle is supposed to form a P for power. And again, you've got a bunch of different white supremacist groups that are using this hand sign. Now, if you notice, all of this symbolism that can lead you back to Saturn and to Satan is also going to always lead you back to the oppression of black people. It's the exact same thing with the black sun. You've had people throwing up this OK hand sign for decades. Any and everybody, literally everybody with any type of influence and high levels of success within this system. They've all thrown up the OK hand sign, or what looks like those 3 sixes. And then you fast forward to today, and now this same hand sign is being associated with white power. So we've got Saturn, Satan, 3 sixes, the material world, and black oppression by white people, all seemingly being connected together in some type of way. Now you got to understand, this hand sign has been around for a very long time. And in Hinduism and Buddhism, each finger has a different meaning. And when you place different fingers together, you get different interpretations. And when the fingers are placed in this position, it's called the Gyan mudra, or the mudra of knowledge. Now, the word mudra just means a hand gesture. And this particular mudra is focused on strengthening the mind, sharpening your memory, strengthening your brain capacity, and basically bringing out the full potential of the mind. Now, remember, you got all these influential people throwing up something that looks identical to the Gyan mudra. And remember, these are all the people that have the strongest influence over the minds of the masses. People who convey different levels of knowledge to the general public. And their main function, again, seems to be getting you to focus all your attention on the material world. So getting you to allow your matter to take over your mind. And then a lot of times they take that Gyan mudra and they place it over their eye. And of course, from everything we can see, it looks like that eye is pointing back to Saturn. So it's almost like it's hinting at Saturn controlling the mind of the masses and keeping the masses trapped in the material world. Now, another thing that you see a lot, the upside down cross. And I think we all know it's a blatant sign of Satanism, taking the traditional cross and turning it on its head. It almost doesn't get any more blatant, because we know that that upside down cross goes back to the Church of Satan. And outside of the pentagram, it's like one of the most recognizable satanic symbols out there. But believe it or not, people who practice Satanism actually adopted this symbol from the early Christians, because in Christianity, the upside down cross is actually called St. Peter's cross, because, you know, St. Peter was one of the 12 disciples, and he denied being a disciple and being associated with Jesus 3 different times. You had 3 different times where 3 different people asked him if he was a disciple and if he knew Jesus. And all 3 times he said no. So there's this belief by the Catholic Church that because of how much Peter turned his back on Jesus, after Jesus was crucified, Peter felt like he wasn't worthy of being crucified in the same way that Jesus was. So he personally asked the Roman guards to crucify him upside down. And so for the Catholics, St. Peter's cross became a symbol of humility. And you can actually see them using this cross during different processions. And specifically the head of the Roman Catholic Church, the Vatican. Because remember how important St. Peter is as a patron saint to the Vatican. So much so that, again, they named the headquarters of the Roman Catholic Church St. Peter's Basilica in honor of St. Peter. And remember how they depict St. Peter in the Vatican as that dark, black figure that they dress up in royalty. with the crown and the robe. And then underneath that crown is that permanent halo, which again, because we're dealing with the Romans, you can't discount that connection between that halo of St. Peter and that halo around Saturn. And remember, with the astrological symbol for Saturn, you also have a cross, and that cross represents matter. And then when you fold that cross and bring it into a third dimensional form, it becomes a cube. So looking at the cross from a third dimensional form, no matter how you turn it, whether it's right side up or upside down, in that third dimensional form, it's still going to always be a cube. So just like with the goatfish, the eye of Horus, the eye of Ra, with the right side up cross or the upside down cross, you've got two dueling energies, two opposite forces coming from the same source. So when you actually look at it with that upside down cross representing somebody that's unfit of being looked at as Christ-like, and because of that connection to Satanism, it's almost like the Pope and everybody in the Vatican is bowing down and paying homage to that satanic, low vibrational half of this cube that represents the full spectrum of duality, the good, the evil, the negative, the positive. It's all coming from the same source, and they're sending all their energy to that negative side. And it's just like in Hinduism with the god Shani, with Shani being that physical manifestation of Saturn. And of course, Saturn is linked to the root chakra. And so because of that, Shani rules over the lower nature of humanity. And in Hinduism, when you're working with Shani, you're basically working to discipline your lower self and bring about that balance of the lowest part of yourself, the root chakra, the foundation. And in order for that to happen, you have to face all those negative aspects head on. In order to learn how to balance them, you have to experience them. And so Shani is known for manifesting those negative aspects and actually bringing obstacles and adversaries into your life, into your path, for you to work through and move forward into that more balanced state. And another interesting thing is that the only way to decrease those negative effects of Shani, other than working your way through them, is to worship him and to basically give into your lower self, your root chakra. And if you worship him, you gain power and success within the material world. But it's a give and take, because you also don't overcome Shani, and you basically stay stuck in Saturn, in that root chakra. Remember, the root chakra, just like Saturn, is connected to the earth. And so if you give into it, it keeps you grounded on the earth and you never reach that next level. Now, there was a guy that worked as a mechanical engineer at NASA named Norman Bergrun, and he wrote a book in 1986 called The Ringmakers of Saturn. Now, Saturn has quite a few rings, but just 3 main rings. And those 3 main rings are the largest rings and also the brightest rings, the rings that we can see from a distance with the naked eye. And that's rings A, B, and C, with the A ring being the furthest away from the planet and the C ring being the closest. And the space between these rings are called divisions, the gaps between each ring. And again, Saturn has a lot of rings, so there's also a lot of divisions or gaps. But the 2 largest divisions are between the A ring and the B ring. You have the Cassini division in the B ring, which is the largest division or the largest gap. And then in the A ring, you have the Inky division. Now, in his book, The Ringmakers of Saturn, Norman Bergrun pointed out some of the odd things that he noticed while looking at the images from the Voyager probe. And basically, he noticed that when looking at the same exact section of Saturn's rings from 2 separate probes, the rings looked different. The same exact section that was photographed by Voyager 1 looked a lot different when it was photographed by Voyager 2. It actually looked like the rings were expanding or growing from one image to the next. So he kept looking deeper into all the photographs of Saturn from the Cassini probe and the Voyager probe. And he started to pinpoint what he thought to look like these bright objects. He called them luminous sources hanging around the rings of Saturn. And the more he analyzed these things, the more he noticed that wherever he saw these luminous sources, he also saw these long, narrow, bright lines. And they looked like they had some type of structure to them. And he started to propose that these luminous sources or these light sources were coming from these structures and were like some type of residue coming off of these structures that seemed to be attaching themselves to the rings of Saturn. And as he started analyzing them more, he started to notice even more of the structure of these objects, and that it was almost shaped like a cylinder. And that's when he started referring to these things as vehicles. And because he was always spotting them near the edges of the rings of Saturn, and because of that drastic change in the size of the rings of Saturn that he had seen between Voyager 1 and Voyager 2, he started to theorize that either these vehicles were forming the rings of Saturn, siphoning material from the rings of Saturn, or both. But he definitely strongly believed that there was a link between these vehicles and the divisions in Saturn's rings, and specifically the two main divisions, Cassini and Inky. And so with all that in mind, he started referring to these things as electromagnetic vehicles, aka the ring makers of Saturn. And because of everything that he had come across in his data, he pretty much believed that anywhere where you could find rings around a planet, you could also find these vehicles. And he believed that there was a good chance that they were all over the solar system. Now, eventually he did an interview about his findings, and this thing ended up going viral. And in the interview, he was asked if he had come across any evidence of there being actual sentient life inside these vehicles.
From Project Camelot, we are here with Norm Bergman. He was with NACA, which was the early precursor of NASA. Yes. And he also worked for Ames Research. He has also worked for Lockheed Martin, before it was Lockheed Martin. And he has written a book called The Ring Makers of Saturn. And so when you're talking about the craft in the rings of Saturn, you're talking about something huge, right?
Yes. Much
bigger than we could even conceive of, I understand. What is it? I don't know. What was it? 70,000 square feet.
I could, in looking down on the rings, I could see parallel lines crossing the ring, all the rings at once. Mm-hmm. That's about as long as you can get them.
That's incredible.
But I could tell that those lines demarked the outside of an object. Mm-hmm. And that's how I came up with the scale I present in there of different lengths of these things.
Well, did we build it?
Pardon?
Did we build it? Who built it? The craft?
I don't know who built it, but what I found out is these things inhabit Saturn. That's where I first discovered them, and they're proliferating. They're now at Uranus and Jupiter. Wherever you see some rings now, why, that's one of these.
You see the craft?
Yeah, I call it a ring maker. Yeah.
Okay, you call it a ring maker.
Yeah, and I can say it's electromagnetic because I could identify streamline patterns with respect to it that I knew were what we call potential lines, and that says it was electrical. Somebody comes along and says, Well, now, where would you manufacture one that's 2.5 Earth lengths long? And that's a hard question to answer. However, if you think of it in terms of its living entity, it's just another kind of thing that we've got in our universe. And it can grow and grow and grow and grow.
Okay, but if there are craft, there are beings.
Okay, people have asked me about, I call them vehicles, okay?
Right.
Now, I did not call them objects. That was too neuter for me.
Okay.
I had a Stanford professor said you ought to call them objects. No. They have all of the qualities of a vehicle. Mm-hmm. They can move. They're just like a missile or anything like that. So that much we can say about them, for sure.
Okay.
So I'm calling it a vehicle.
Okay. So are you not positing the idea that those vehicles contain, beings who are, maybe like us?
Yeah, I only go along with government images. And if you want to know about people kind of thing, there is the ship that picked up the Voyager capsule at Alameda Naval Shipyard, and they have a picture there of I think it's the Apollo flight that Buzz and Neil were on. But anyway, there is one image there that shows black people getting off.
So people with dark skin getting off.
Not dark, black.
Black skin.
Really black. Yeah.
Were they tall?
Yes.
Very tall?
Yeah.
How tall? Do you know?
Well, they got out the doorway. I don't know how high that is, but
Well, what?
Safe 7 feet would be probably a conservative estimate.
Have you heard about Clark McClellan's statement about that?
No.
Oh, you haven't?
No.
Have you ever been in touch with him?
No.
No?
I have tried to stay independent and not be affected by others' opinions.
Mm-hmm. Do you believe that we're communicating with them? Have you had any evidence of that?
Oh, no.
No?
We are not capable of doing that. SETI has tried to communicate with extraterrestrials, and they haven't done it yet. They have chosen the type of person, the type of entity that they want to communicate with is somebody that knows how to build radios.
Right.
That constrains them in their thinking immensely.
Now, eventually, when the Cassini probe was sent to Saturn in 1997, it was able to pick up more detailed images of the planet, with it being a lot more advanced than Voyager. And when they captured the Cassini images of Saturn's rings, they saw that what was causing the divisions in the rings was actually Saturn's moons. Because, Saturn has a lot of moons. There's at least 82 that they know of so far. And some of these moons actually create these divisions in the rings, usually by pulling different pieces of the rings into their gravitational field. And remember, one of the two main divisions where Norman Bergrun said he saw the evidence of those vehicles, the Inky division in Saturn's A-ring. They also refer to it as Inky's Gap. And what they found through Cassini was that Enki's division, or Enki's gap, was being caused by the moon, Pan. It's actually located inside of the gap, and it just kind of orbits around this part of the rings and keeps this gap open, this 200-mile wide division. And apparently this thing is moving fast. They estimate it to be orbiting around Saturn at about 42 miles per hour. And again, as it moves through, it keeps this division open and creates the Inky gap. And NASA is actually referring to this thing as the god of the gap, because of course it's named after the god Pan. And they say that they named it after the god Pan because he was a god of the wild and a shepherd, and the moon Pan kind of acts like a shepherd, forcing all those ring particles out of the way to create that division. But really, think about what they're saying. The moon Pan is creating the Inky division. Remember, Pan, the goat, and Inky, the fish. The goat, fish, the astrological symbol for Capricornus, which takes you back to Saturn. And remember, the goatfish is also the symbol of Inky, one of the oldest gods in the Sumerian pantheon. And according to the Sumerian mythology, the god responsible for creating human beings. Now, again, think about it. Pan is causing a division in Inky. And when you look at Pan, Pan itself, out of all of Saturn's moons, Pan is one of the smallest moons. It's literally only 8 miles wide, but it still has this huge effect on Saturn's rings. And it's also one of the most oddly shaped moons. It's got that weird shape to it. Some people say it looks like a walnut or a ravioli, but really take a good look at this thing. To me, it looks a lot like a mutated version of Saturn. It looks like the planet surrounded by its rings in a much more mutated form. I mean, put the moon Pan side by side with the planet Saturn, and you can see it. It's like a mutated version of Saturn. The spherical planet, the rings, it's got all those same features, just in a mutated form. But it's got that exact same formation to it. Now, remember again what they're saying. Pan is causing the Inky division. And remember, Pan is going to lead you back to Satan. And all of this stuff dealing with Satan and Saturn, the 3 sixes, the black sun, even the sabbatic goat, the Baphomet, all of this stuff is going to always lead you back to the oppression of black people. And where did that oppression come from? White people. And of course, we know race is not real. It's an illusion, a very strong illusion, but it is an illusion. And how do we get these quote unquote races? From mutations within the human DNA. We are all mutations of the original human beings. And quote unquote white people are nothing more than mutations of quote unquote black people. Remember, you've got that MC1R gene that produces eumelanin, or black and brown skin. And when that MC1R gene is blocked, you get pheomelanin, a mutation in the human genome that ultimately leads to white skin. And then look at that moon Pan again. It's like a mutation of Saturn. And this mutation of Saturn is creating the Inky division. And remember again, Inky in the mythology is the creator of human beings. So it's literally like they're saying Pan, or this mutation, is causing a division in the human race. Black versus white, the divide of the races. And this whole thing is being driven by the energy of the god Pan, that satanic low vibrational energy. And when you look at the symbol of the goatfish, you can see that the goat is at the head and the fish is at the tail. So it's pretty much the same message. Pan is ruling Inky, or in other words, Satan is ruling humanity through division. And remember, with the theory of Yakub, you have that idea that this wasn't by accident, that this division was literally manufactured. And remember, with Inky, you've got those two separate creation stories, the black-headed people and mankind. And then you've got Norman Berggruen saying that the ring makers of Saturn are creating the Inky division and also the Cassini division. And when NASA sent that probe through the Cassini division, they figured out that it was the moon Mimas causing the division. Now, Mimas isn't even that close to the Cassini division. And it's another really small moon, just like Pan. But it has such a strong gravitational pull that it actually creates this gap from a distance. And remember, it's creating the largest gap in Saturn's rings. And Mimas is pretty popular because it looks just like the Death Star from Star Wars. But what's interesting is that Mimas was apparently not even discovered until 1980. And Star Wars was released in 1977. And so, the official word is that it was just this coincidence that the Death Star just so happened to look a lot like this moon of Saturn, Mimas. But it's crazy. If you look at this moon and you look at the Death Star, the resemblance is undeniable. So if they didn't base the Death Star off of Mimas, then that's a pretty huge coincidence. And remember, in the original Star Wars, the Death Star is built by the Empire, which is led by Darth Vader. Now, remember, when Star Wars was originally released, it was released as a single film. It was a low budget movie, and there was no anticipation of this thing turning into what it became. And so that original story was supposed to be it. And remember, that original story was about this powerful Force user, Darth Vader, dressed in all black, leading an army of stormtroopers going from planet to planet, attempting to conquer each planet. And then when the second movie, The Emperor Strikes Back, came out and they introduced the snowtroopers, it's like they were just giving it to us in plain sight. Now, some of you might think I'm reaching with this one, and some of you might be seeing what I'm seeing. But I think the key is the Death Star. That links all of this back to Saturn, the ring makers, and everything else. Remember, again, Shani has that characteristic of testing you, literally creating obstacles and adversaries for you to work your way through and to continue to grow and to ascend. And now just think about that from the aspect of the ring makers creating divisions in Saturn's rings. And again, Mimas, aka the Death Star, is creating the largest division in Saturn's rings. The Cassini probe started detecting these radio emissions coming from Saturn all the way back in 2002. And at this point, the probe was still millions of miles away from the planet. But even being that far away, it was still able to detect these radio emissions. And again, they noticed that the radio waves were constantly changing, going higher and lower and transmitting at different speeds. And they found that the variations in the radio waves were actually being controlled by the vortexes on the northern and southern hemispheres of the planet. That each hemisphere was sending out different signals at different rates. And that each hemisphere has these auroras that extend out from these vortexes and emit these different radio waves. And eventually, when the Cassini probe moved in on Saturn for the final time in 2017, the probe got closer to the planet than it had ever been. And this is when they realized that those radio waves were actually moving between the planet Saturn and one of its moons, Enceladus. And these radio waves were literally moving in a circuit from the planet to the moon and from the moon to the planet, back and forth. And they realized that this circuit was actually a magnetic field and that it was literally electromagnetic energy moving between Saturn and this moon. And Enceladus is another really small moon, not as small as Pan or Mimas, but still small enough for the entire moon to fit inside the United Kingdom. And almost every inch of the exterior of the moon is almost completely covered in ice. But on the inside of the moon is supposed to be this huge ocean. They say the moon is composed of about 91% water. And a good bit of this water, along with carbon, nitrogen, and methane, actually gushes out from this moon and actually orbits around Saturn. And they say that all these particles actually creates Saturn's E-ring, that once all of those particles orbit around the planet and spread out, it creates a band that forms the E-ring. And because Enceladus is constantly spewing out these particles, it's also constantly feeding the E-ring and maintaining that ring. And out of all of Saturn's rings, the E-ring sits the farthest out from the planet, and it kind of encircles all the rest of the rings and the planet. And it's actually the widest ring and the largest ring. So it's almost like a barricade surrounding the rest of the rings and the planet. And again, this E-ring, this final band or this final ring stretching out from Saturn, is being formed by the moon Enceladus, which is also constantly moving this electromagnetic energy back and forth between itself and the vortexes on Saturn's north and south poles. And again, when they compressed that electromagnetic energy and converted it into radio waves, they were able to hear what these emissions sounded like. And they literally described the sounds as eerie. And when you listen to what these radio emissions sound like, that's a pretty good description. They are bizarre. Now you got to understand that every celestial body in space is supposedly giving off some sort of sound, but there is nothing in space that sounds more unsettling than what is coming from Saturn. So needless to say, there's something really strange going on with these radio emissions. And remember, this is electromagnetic energy flowing from the planet Saturn to this moon and back, and being controlled and manipulated by these vortexes on the northern and southern hemispheres of the planet. It's almost like they're literally tuning this energy to different frequencies. And then that energy is flowing outward in a circuit It's literally like a signal being transmitted. And here's what's crazy. If you look at the traditional symbol used for a radio signal with the antenna and the radio waves spreading out of the antenna, it looks a lot like Saturn and its rings. When you look at the main source of the antenna and those radio waves expanding from that source, it's basically like you're looking at Saturn from an overhead view, the planet and its rings, with the planet being the main source of that antenna and the planet's rings being those radio waves emitting from that antenna. And then you've got that tower elevating that antenna and helping to send those signals out into the atmosphere. And remember what they said about that vortex on Saturn, that it's possible that it could be towering above the clouds of Saturn. And they estimate it to be hundreds of kilometers tall, at least 190 miles high. So just think about that hexagon towering out from the planet and sending out those signals, or maintaining Saturn's rings. Remember, those vortexes are linked to the moon Enceladus, which is maintaining that E-ring. And remember that E-ring surrounds all the rest of the rings and the planet. And it's also continuously being sent that electromagnetic energy from these vortexes. That's a lot of energy. And where is it going? Possibly to the rings, but is it going anywhere else? Well, remember, the E-ring is the farthest ring from the planet. And so you got to wonder, is that energy or those signals being transmitted somewhere else? Remember, whenever you see Saturn in astrology or even dealing with the god Shani, Saturn is always connected to the Earth. Whenever you're dealing with Saturn, you're also always dealing with the Earth. Now, remember, the moon Mimas is causing the largest division in Saturn's rings. And the thing about Mimas is that they believe that there might actually be an ocean inside the core of that moon. And the reason why is because of the way that it orbits Saturn, because it has one of the weirdest orbits of any moon. It orbits Saturn through a rocking motion called libration. So when it orbits, it literally looks like it's rocking back and forth. And they describe it as being similar to the way that a pendulum swings. And they say that this moon is tidally locked to the planet Saturn. So it's permanently facing the planet as it orbits around the planet in that rocking motion, like a pendulum. Now, remember, for a long time, pendulums were used inside clocks. The pendulum would hang at the end of the clock and swing back and forth. And as that pendulum swung back and forth, it would swing from left to right over and over. And each time it would go from left to right or right to left in the exact same amount of time with every swing. And that pendulum was used to help that clock stay in perfect time. And you pretty much see the same concept with the metronome. You know, that little device that musicians used to use when they were practicing music. It's got that pendulum on it that rocks back and forth in perfect intervals to help musicians keep time while they play. And again, you've got the moon, Mimas, rocking back and forth like a pendulum as it orbits Saturn. And again, has such a strong gravitational pull that it creates the largest division in Saturn's rings. And here's the thing, a full orbit for Mimas takes 23 hours. So basically 1 day on Mimas would equal out to 23 hours. And of course, 1 day on Earth is 24 hours, or at least that's what we've been told anyway. But in actuality, 1 Earth day is only 23 hours. It only takes 23 hours for the Earth to make a full rotation. So we've got the Earth making a full rotation every 23 hours. And we've got this moon, Mimas, swinging like a pendulum while orbiting Saturn every 23 hours and creating the largest gap in Saturn's rings, as Saturn sends out and receives back these electromagnetic radio emissions. So as crazy as it sounds, it's almost like we have time itself being broadcast from Saturn. Remember, in the Greek mythology, Kronos was the god of time. And even in magic, the energies of Saturn are going to lead you back to time. And remember, the goddess Kali, or she who is black, having that attribute of time. And all of this is starting with those vortexes on Saturn.
One prominent and mutually influential association which I would like to turn to now before concluding is that which stood specifically between Saturn and the Jews. This connection has been explored in some detail by Eric Zafran in a 1979 article entitled just that, Saturn and the Jews. Though this association was fleshed out over the centuries and across various cultures since antiquity, in Western Europe it became increasingly laden with a great deal of anti-Semitic baggage, especially around the 15th century. During this time, widespread negative associations with Saturn became inextricably intertwined with widespread negative associations with Jews. And in many instances, these mutually reinforced one another, particularly in the realm of art. This phenomenon has also been studied in some depth by Moshe Idel in his monograph Saturn's Jews on the witches, Sabbath, and Sabbateanism, which explores how misperception of the Jewish Sabbath by non-Jews led to a connection between Jews and witchcraft on the idea that the Sabbaths of witches were somehow connected with the Jewish holy day. The initial association between Saturn and the Jews began in Roman times, with much of the ideas connecting Saturn and the Jews springing out from the initial idea that Saturn governed the day of the Jewish Sabbath. Among the days of the week, the seventh day, the day of rest for the Jewish people in celebration of the day when the infinite creative power of God ceased, was linked to the seventh planet that came to symbolize the power of inertia or retention. Saturn was considered the oldest of the planets, and Judaism the oldest religion. Just as Saturn's sphere encapsulated all the other planetary spheres within itself, Judaism was thought to have borne all other faiths from within itself. As Klebansky, Panofsky, and Saxel noted, even St. Augustine had proclaimed Saturn to be the god of the Jews. The link can be seen in Abu Mashar's works, and sometime later, the Arab astrologer Al-Kabizi, or Alcabitius in Europe, attributed the, quote, faith of Judaism to Saturn in the 10th century, around the same time that Al-Qurtubi, writing in Islamic Spain, was authoring the Hayat al-Hakim, not to be translated into European languages until the mid-13th century. Similar concepts connecting Saturn and the Jews were elaborated at length in the historical theory of great conjunctions, an idea of significant interest to Roger Bacon in the 13th century as part and parcel to his wider eschatological speculations. Bacon writes the following in his Opus Maius, a theory taken almost word for word from Abu Mashar. The philosophers want Jove in his conjunction with the other planets to signify religions and faith, And because there are 6 planets with which he can come into conjunction, they maintain that there should be 6 principal religions, sectas principales. If he comes into conjunction with Saturn, it means the holy books, that is, Judaism, which is older than the others, just as Saturn is the father of the planets. If Jupiter comes into conjunction with Mars, it means the Chaldean law, which teaches the worship of fire. If it is with the Sun, it means the Egyptian law, which means that one worships the celestial army led by the Sun. If with Venus, it means the law of the Saracens, which is pleasure-loving and lascivious. And if it is with Mercury, the mercurial law, which is Christianity, until, at last, the law of the moon will come to disturb it, and that is the sect of the Antichrist. It should be mentioned that this theory would later be explicitly rejected by Ficino on account of its overly deterministic character. In Picatrix, however, each of the planets have their own respective religions to govern, but the planet-to-religion breakdown differs somewhat from that of Abu Mashar's Great Conjunction scheme. Picatrix's breakdown is as follows: Saturn, Judaism; Jupiter, Christianity; Mars, heresy and apostasy; the Sun, paganism or Sabaeanism; Venus, Islam; Mercury, philosophy, materialism and skepticism; and the Moon, those who worship idols and images. What the theory of great conjunctions and Picatrix do have in common, however, is the fundamental association between Saturn and the Jews. Here, by virtue of their mutual antiquity, both the Hebrew and Chaldean tongues are kept under Saturn's jurisdiction. Astrology was no mere tabloid trifle or isolated discipline during this era. To use the words of Eugenio Garin, the Middle Ages were greatly concerned with, quote, astrology and religion, astrology and politics, astrology and propaganda, but also astrology and medicine, astrology and science, a philosophy of history, a conception of reality, a fatalistic naturalism, and an astral cult. Astrology was all these and more. End quote. What came to a head in the Italian Renaissance was the sheer volume of all these different astrological ideas, with all their internal contrasts and contradictions, building up to what Thomas Kuhn would describe as the crisis preceding the paradigm shift. And all this was happening precisely while the Studia Humanitatis began remapping these astral deities with imagery drawn up from the classics. One curious element of this fascination with astrology and culture was what Moshe Idel called the Saturnization of Judaism, and in turn the Judaization of Saturn. By the end of this process, in the late 15th and 16th centuries, even European Jewish Kabbalists like Yohanan Alamano, working from earlier Spanish or Sephardic sources, were expressing the astromagical link between ancient history, the land of Israel, Moses, the temple, the Torah, prophetic inspiration, the Sabbath, and esoteric knowledge with Saturn. I will read you a fairly extensive quote by Yohanan Alamano right here. This is from an untitled treatise on the Sephirot of Binah. And the third sphere, that of Saturn, is a supreme and noble one, higher than all the other planets, which is the reason that the ancient sages said about it that it generated all the other planets. And they say that Saturn is the true judge and the planet of Moses, peace be with him. The angel of Saturn is Michael, the great minister, so called because of his great power in divine matters, and he is the ministering angel of Israel. And the astrologers who have described Saturn say that it endows man with profound thought, law, and the spiritual sciences, the chokmot ruhaniyot, prophecy, nevuah, sorcery, kishuf, prognostication, and the shemitot and yovelot. The Jewish people and the Hebrew language and the temple are under its jurisdiction. Saturn's major conjunction is with Jupiter in the dominion of Pisces, and occurs to assist the nation and the Torah and its prophets. This planet endows the people with perfection in sciences and divine matters such as the Torah and its commandments, out of its sublimity because it is spiritual. It is concerned only with thought, understanding, and design, esoteric knowledge, and divine worship, and his Torah, and the Sabbath day is in its sway, because its nature causes material existence to cease, and all the operations that do not correspond to it are forbidden, because it corrupts and destroys all destructions. And lightning, that is fire, should not be done under its aegis, that is, during the Sabbath, because it is cold. And if they keep its spiritual rules and laws, it will impart a spiritual influx abundantly. But if they do not keep the way of God, it will spit forth everything that is bad. Prophecy will occur to fools and to babes in an insufficient manner, and to women and to melancholics, and to those possessed by an evil spirit, and maleficent demons that obliterate the limbs, and bad counsels and sorceries, and anxieties and erroneous beliefs. So Edel takes this passage to represent the Saturnization of Judaism as inspired by the writings of the Toledan rabbi Abraham ibn Ezra, whose dates are 1089 to 1164, but also to his circle of commentators. This he does on account of its numerous parallels with the passages that follow here, and it's quite possible that his description of the links between Saturn and Judaism were also shaped by an acquaintance with the Picatrix in one of its forms, whether directly or indirectly. So, although it's possible that Picatrix had some part to play in this connection, already by the 15th century, the period wherein the text was just re-emerging, numerous popular images and almanacs across Europe were already explicitly stating or demonstrating how the planet governing the fate of the Jews was, of course, that most maligned and unfortunate of planets. For instance, an almanac printed by Johannes Ottmar at Reutlingen predicted that Christians would have a fortunate year through the influence of their prevailing planets, Mercury and the Sun. The Jews, however, would be vexed with misfortunes by fire and wind through the poor conditions of their planet, Saturn. It seems, therefore, to use the succinct words of Eric Safran, that a current of thought over a great span of time relates the Jews and Saturn. I would like to stress, however, that these links were principally made up of ideas inherited from Neoplatonic medieval texts on magic and astrology, and not chiefly from classical sources, at least until the 16th century. When it comes to the association between Saturn and sorcery specifically, I would propose that it may be related to the ostensible role that external action plays in Judaism. That is, how outsiders perceive Jewish ritual in all of its complexities. These complexities were consonant in the imaginations of Christian or Islamic magicians, with the practical character of talismanic or ceremonial magic, known as nigromancia at the time. In both magic and Judaism, there are complicated systems of commandments, the maintenance of ritual purity, adherence to specific ritual times, reliance on ancient scriptures, and so forth. These are all concepts which extend analogically into the dominion of Saturn and are likely to account for a good deal of these associations. In conclusion, we've taken a look at a number of associations attributed to Saturn in astrological texts from a number of different cultures. We looked at some of the prayers, suffumigations, sacrifices, and other ritual conditions required to conjure up Saturn's spirits as laid out explicitly in the Picatrix and some of that work's constituent sources. We saw how, although many of these associations have their roots in the polytheistic imagery of antiquity, the very concept of what a planet is and how it operates underwent dramatic change throughout the Middle Ages as it crossed cultures. We saw how this ancient divinity with all his attendant mythology was, from a rather early time, demoted to a largely malefic force of nature by the astrologers, and how this purely negative image was gradually restored to a state of ambivalence through the Neoplatonic writings of Marsilio Ficino, in which Picatrix played a formative role. Lastly, we saw to what extent the various aspects of Saturnine imagery became indissolubly entangled with negative perceptions of Jews in the European imagination. Thank you for listening. My name is Dan Uttrell, and if you would like a bibliography for this presentation, please check the notes.
Jupiter was called the son of Saturn. The tale of Zeus, or Jupiter, and Kronos, or Saturn, is quite well known. Kronos, who had castrated his own father, Uranus, with a sickle, swallowed all his children by Rhea as soon as they were born, for fear that one would overthrow him. That was until Rhea contrived to smuggle the infant Zeus away. He grew up on Mount Ida, suckled by a goat, and grew up to overthrow his father. Saturn, with his sickle, was associated with the harvest, the passing of seasons, of a timeless era of plenty and bounty before time, a golden age. His devouring of his children taken as an allegory for the passing of generations. That Zeus was spared this fate of being devoured can be interpreted as his generation not being devoured by time, but instead everlasting, like the evergreen tree used now as the Christmas tree, green year-round. Christmas being the modern version of Saturnalia, the traditional time of rebirth and renewal, when the shortest day of the year and the longest night is passed after the winter solstice, and the days start becoming longer again, the solar year is reborn, like a phoenix, or later the eagle, the sign of Jupiter, the planet that has a 12-year cycle passing through the 12 houses or constellations of the zodiac. Saturn takes 28 to 30 years to complete a full cycle. Because Saturn is a symbol of wisdom, which grows with age, its cycle has been seen as particularly important in reflecting our development. Every 7 years, Saturn completes a quarter of the cycle, and we move into a new stage of awareness. The renewal of light and the coming of the year was celebrated in the Roman Empire as the Dies Natalis of Sol Invictus, or the birthday of the unconquerable sun, on December 25th.
In the northern hemisphere during late December, the days are at their shortest lengths and the nights are at their longest. For those of the pagan world, this has always been the greatest time of the year to celebrate and practice the works of darkness. The pagan calendar identifies this period as the winter solstice. It was during the pre-Christian midwinter pagan celebrations of Scandinavia's Norsemen where today's Christmas traditions began. As a means of honoring the pagan sex and fertility god Yule, a 12-day celebration during the month of December was inaugurated. A large single log considered to be a phallic idol was lit on fire and kept burning for 12 days. Animal or human sacrifices were offered in the fire on each of those days. Wild, delirious reveling accompanied the daily sacrifices as drunken participants defiantly strove to make contact with spirits. 1,000 miles away in pre-Christian Rome, celebrants were paying homage to their own gods during the winter solstice. Witchcraft traditions hold that a number of pagan gods were given birth during this period, including Dionysus, Attis, and Baal, chief male god of fertility and licentiousness. Another pagan god from Persia, identified as Mithra, was said to have been born specifically on December 25th. Mithra was the god of the unconquerable sun, the god of the light between heaven and earth, worshipped at that time by an influential Roman cult. His birth symbolized an end to the long nights and a return to the dominance of the sun. During the month-long winter solstice celebration, courts in Rome were closed. Any and all crimes were allowed. Homosexuality, cross-dressing, and uncontrolled debauchery reigned supreme. Rome's order was turned upside down. Even children were allowed to join in the drunken orgies as part of the Juvenalia celebration. By 270 AD, the Roman Emperor Aurelian had made it official, setting aside a 7-day period from December the 17th through the 24th, culminating in an exchange of gifts on December the 25th to celebrate the birth of the sun god. This Roman orgy to end all orgies later became known as Saturnalia, in honor of the god Saturn, the god of excess. Roman soldiers invading Britain brought with them their pagan orgiastic traditions. Upon taking root in England, Saturnalia became known as the Festival of Fools, reigned over by the Lord of Misrule. By the 4th century, the influential government-sanctioned Church of Rome, unable to outlaw the growing number of pagan practices, chose instead to adopt them into their so-called official Christianity. The Church believed this would attract more pagans to their fold. Up until this time, the birthday of Jesus Christ, the Jewish Messiah, had not been celebrated at all. Ignoring scriptures, however, indicating that the birth probably did not occur during the winter, the Church nevertheless confused biblical history and made Jesus' birthday coincide with the pagan god Mithra. The birth date of the sun god had now become the birth date of the Son of God. It was hoped that the pagan celebrations of Saturnalia would merge into this new legally sanctioned form of Christianity. The Church's practice of changing the dates of Christian events to coincide with pagan festivals continued, and by the 7th century, Pope Gregory I had ordered Augustine of Canterbury to incorporate any and all pagan practices and customs into the expanding Roman Catholic Church. During the Middle Ages, the debased Mardi Gras atmosphere of what was now known as Christ's Mass had reached a fevered pitch. Common practices included open sex in the streets, rioting, murder, and a number of pagan druidic Halloween rituals. This blood-drenched celebration got so out of hand that by 1652, following the execution of King Charles I, Christ's Mass was finally outlawed in England. A religious reform movement began sweeping the country, led by Puritan Oliver Cromwell. The Puritans took the biblical mandate seriously, which commanded that Christianity remain pure and separate from paganism. Despite their noble efforts, the celebration simply went underground, and by 1656, after only 4 short years under the ban, the public's demand for the legalization of Christ's Mass had become insurmountable. The appointment of Charles II to the throne restored England's monarchy, and with it the celebration of Christ's Mass. The Puritans had lost England, but they held high hopes for the New World. Following England's lead in 1659, the colonies of America had likewise outlawed Christmas. For 200 years, the clergy in New England battled to keep the riotous celebrations honoring the pagan god Saturn from infiltrating the New World. The Reverend Cotton Mather had warned in a Christmas Day sermon in 1712, "Can you in your conscience think that your holy Saviour is honoured by hard drinking, lewd revelling, and by a mass fit for none but Bacchus or Saturn?" But the public's taste for sin and revelry persisted. In 1828, gang rioting during the Saturnalia-like Christmas celebrations got so bad that cities such as New York were forced to institute a professional police force for the first time in order to control the savagery.
Christmas was not only not widely celebrated, in many cases, many places, Christmas celebrations were actually outlawed.
By the mid-19th century, American churches were the last remaining holdout in the war against the validation of Christmas. However, they too finally succumbed as a result of the efforts of the American Sunday School Society, who began advocating Christmas programs for children as a method of filling the pews. The society argued that children could be taught about the birth of Christ through the reenactment of the Nativity. They also offered candy and treats to the children as a means of enticing families into accepting the holiday, despite its notorious history and blatantly pagan roots. The successful technique of bribing children with candy would later be used on an unsuspecting American populace in the effort to promote the acceptance of the pagan rituals of Halloween. However, it was the work of England's most popular writer, Charles Dickens, whose ghostly 1843 book, A Christmas Carol, cemented the Christmas holiday in the hearts of Americans forever. By 1875, the Puritans had been beaten, and by 1890, all American states had voted to make Christmas a legal holiday. Today's tradition of the Christmas Yule log stems directly from the worship of the pre-Christian Scandinavian fertility god Yule.
Another good example of the pagan elements of Christmas is the whole concept of Yule and the Yule log. The very term is derived from a Norse god, Yule, spelled J-U-L. And every year around Christmas time, a huge log was cut down and fashioned into a fertility symbol and then burned for 12 days. And on each successive day, a new sacrifice to the god Yule was performed in the fire, and a new sacrificial victim was burned to death. Sometimes, but not always, these sacrificial victims were human beings.
Mistletoe, when used in the casting of Wiccan or Druidic spells, could render a woman helpless and open to sexual exploitation. This is where we get our custom of hanging mistletoe in doorways today, and if a woman is caught underneath, she may be kissed and must not resist.
The fir tree, the mistletoe, all of these things typically come from overtly pagan traditions, typically from Northern Europe, German, Norse, and English.
Likewise, evergreen trees have always represented sex and fertility in pagan cultures. During the winter solstice, trees would be chopped down, brought inside, set up, and decorated as idols for worship.
The Christmas tree was regarded as a sacred tree. The pagans of Northern Europe typically worshipped trees. They regarded trees and groves as sacred. So the bringing of the tree into the house would be a way of bringing this supernatural source of blessing into your home. That was the whole idea, that there were spirits who resided in the trees.
In the Middle Ages, the tradition of the winter solstice Christmas tree primarily took root in Germany. During his reign, King George I, himself of German extraction, brought the custom to Victorian England. German immigrants settling in Pennsylvania did the same in America during the early 1800s. The concept of Santa Claus has had a long and winding history, with a number of diverse cultures contributing to the composite character we have today. Beginning once again in Scandinavia, Santa's original incarnation was in the form of Odin. Odin would travel the sky during the winter solstice, deciding who would die and who would prosper. Most believers were frightened of this particular time of year. In England, Odin eventually evolved into Father Christmas, who, crowned with sprigs of holly, travelled the countryside getting roaring drunk as part of the Festival of Fools celebration. Frequently he would be accompanied by a horned goat, ironically the biblical symbol of those who reject the salvation of Jesus Christ. Recognized in various cultures as Krampus, Beelzebub, or Zwart Piet, Black Peter, this assistant of St. Nicholas is best known by his German name, Knecht Ruprecht. Described as a hideous horned creature, the servant Ruprecht was a dark and sinister figure who stood in stark contrast to the saintly Nicholas. Somehow, Father Christmas's companion, the horned goat, had metamorphosized into the foreboding horned devil called Ruprecht. As St. Nicholas traveled from house to house, inquiring about the behavior of children, Ruprecht would drop candy and gifts down the chimney into the good children's shoes which had been placed there. It was from this story that we get our tradition of hanging stockings on the mantle at Christmas time. If able to recite a verse or demonstrate a skill for St. Nicholas, the child would receive a gift. If unable to remember a verse, or if the child had been bad, he or she would receive a switch or a whip. Ruprecht also carried a large sack which he would frequently use to haul away the really bad boys and girls. 19th century writer Theodor Storm, in his story about Knecht Ruprecht, even goes so far as to describe the switches given to the children by Ruprecht as tools to be used in sadomasochistic rituals.
Numen is the Latin term for divinity, or divine presence, divine will, or divine mind. Kronos, or Saturn, was also seen as a universal numen in certain esoteric interpretations, which signifies the hidden, called by Latin Deus Latius, the hidden God, or in other words, the occult principle of all things. According to Varro, an ancient Roman scholar and writer, and I quote, "He that produceth out of himself the hidden seeds and forms of all things, and swalloweth them up into himself again." From here we may enter into a deeper understanding of the ancient mysteries. Some of who we today call pagans believe God to be diffused throughout all things. Plato himself approved of worshiping the invisible God in the sun, moon, and stars as visible images. The Zohar explains the term Ein Sof as follows, and I quote, "Before he gave any shape to the world, before he produced any form, he was alone, without form, and without resemblance to anything else. Who then can comprehend how he was before the creation? Hence, it is forbidden to lend him any form or similitude, or even to call him by his sacred name, or to indicate him by a single letter or a single point." Honorary 33rd degree Freemason Manly P. Hall said, and I quote, "The Kabbalists conceive of the supreme deity as an incomprehensible principle to be discovered only through the process of eliminating, in order, all of its cognizable attributes. That which remains, when every knowable thing has been removed, is Ein Sof, the eternal state of being. Although indefinable, the absolute permeates all space. Abstract to the degree of inconceivability, Ein Sof is an unconditioned state of all things. Substances, essences, and intelligences are manifested out of the inscrutability of Ein Sof, but the absolute itself is without substance, essence, or intelligence." Ein Sof was referred to by Kabbalists as the most ancient of all the ancients. It was always considered as sexless. Its symbol was a closed eye. According to the Kabbalah, Ein Sof Or is the limitless light, an empty, black, silent void that expands itself into boundless proportions, filling itself with metaphysical substance various philosophers have named luminiferous ether, or an electromagnetic azoth. This liquid light substance is an invisible, electromagnetic, radiant energy. Its vibratory emanations are far too subtle to be perceived by or through any of our dense senses. Being an invisible black light, 6,000 years ago the high priests of ancient Egypt declared, "Behold, our God is a black god, too brilliant for mortal eyes." This might help to explain not only the black Osiris, but also the black Madonna, the black Kali, and other deities associated with darkness. That said, the white Osiris is the manifest physical universe we perceive and which the Bible calls day. Modern physicists now declare physical substance fundamentally to be comprised of a light substance in vibration. They have yet to declare just what this light vibration might be, however. The smallest physical particle for years has been known as the quark. More recently, an even smaller particle has been revealed, and this science is labeled dark matter. Ein Sof Ur is that dark matter. The night, or dark matter, is the ocean of black liquid light, a living, omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent substance permeating every aspect of all manifest and unmanifest levels of experience. It is absent nowhere, filling all space, filling mineral, vegetable, animal, human kingdoms, and kingdoms beyond. A continuing emanation. Every point exudes its own light and life. Alchemists call this their universal first matter, universal mercury. This is the substance of creation from no thing. The Hindu equivalent to Ein Sof Ur is Mula Prakriti, the root matter. Alchemists from all periods have given it any number of different names, but the principle, one designation, has always been simply water, but a permanent water. My name is Robert Sepper. I'm an independent anthropologist and author. My books are published on Amazon.com. Please consider making a donation to Atlantean Gardens if you'd like to support my work. Thank you for sharing this video and subscribing if you haven't already. Please leave a comment, and I will see you next time.
Greetings on this Saturn day. I was just wrapping up my Saturn meditation, of course, with my pinnacle here. The Saturn pinnacle, first pinnacle. I have my lead. Sometimes I use obsidian. I have my herbs out. Today I have grains of paradise, the black candle, spring water, and myrrh. Myrrh is a earthy herb. The purpose of the water is balance. Anytime you do any type of ritual work, you want to balance it out. You don't, if you're working with earth, you don't want it to be too earthy. The energy can get really heavy. So you have to balance it out with other elements. Okay. But I want to briefly just talk about the origins of Saturn worship. As you can see, you can tell I work with Saturn a lot. And it's because that I don't know if maybe because I'm a Capricorn, I'm an earth sign, or maybe it has something to do with my ancestral lineage. But the Saturn energy is one of those major benefactor energies in the universe, or in our solar system as well. But I was having a discussion with my friend the other day, and we were talking about how, who came up with the zodiac signs. Where did they come from? Okay, we put a lot of emphasis on them. How do we know about planetary magic? Who taught the generation before them, the generation before them? Where does this Saturn worship comes from? And I told them, hey, this is not pseudoscience. It's not by coincidence. The deeper you dig into it, the more you find out, and it can be really fascinating. I'll give you a perfect example. All right, so let's see. You know the planet Saturn, right? It has rings around it. Well, let me back up. Let's use the Star of David, for example. If you look at the Star of David closely, you can see two things, or at least I see two things. First of all, you see two triangles, one pointing up and one pointing down, symbolizing a feminine and masculine aspect. As above, so below. Okay? Now, the next thing that you can see, let me grab something, try to get something. Here it is. All right, this will work. If you look closely, and I got a black cube. Just grab something here. If you look closely at this cube here, I don't know if it's a perfect cube. There we go, right there. You could see a hexagon, right? Remember that. Now, the sixth star of David, if you angle it just right, or if you angle that cube just right, you can see the 6 points. So what does this have to do with what I'm saying? The planet Saturn, and you can check this out, do your own research. There's a hexagon, a huge hexagon on the planet Saturn. I think it's nearly the size of Earth, or half the size of Earth, or something like that. And that's either a weather phenomenon or it's geological. Yes, there is a hexagon on Saturn. And I've known about that since middle school. I've been fascinated about that. The pyramids and the faces on Mars. I used to look that stuff up, but I'm surprised a lot of people do not know about that. There's a hexagon on Saturn. A 6-pointed hexagon. And that hexagon right there represents that cube, or vice versa. Remember, I turned it to an angle, you can see a 6-pointed outline. Okay. So what does that have to do with the Star of David? Once again, those 6-pointed sides. Okay? As above, so below. And that's what Saturn is about. Saturn is about manifestation from spirit. That's one of the aspects of it. From spirit to material realm. Okay, so where did they, the origins of the Star of David is very old. Where did they get it from? And also, while I'm mentioning that, I think, now that I think about it, like I said, when you meditate, things come to you. Look at this. See the black cube? I think it's in Mecca. Okay, look at the black cube. Look at the hexagon. Okay, black cube in Mecca. In the Islamic religion, where they make the visit, their holy visit. See, it's all connected. The hexagon on Saturn, black cube, Star of David, and there's others. If you look closely, some of these companies today, they use a black cube. Or like a six-pointed hexagon. It means something. It's not coincidence. It's all connected. And it all originated from Saturn. Saturn worship. Saturn was one of the main planets worshipped in the ancient world. Okay? So where did it come from? Well, who taught them? Well, of course, we got it from it corresponds to the Romans with their gods. They have their own planets. Saturn, gosh, I forgot the name. Saturn, I forgot the name. I cannot pronounce it. But Saturnina, the pagan god Pan. Then back to the Greeks. Where did the Greeks get it from? The Greeks got it from the ancient Kemites. Where did the ancient Kemites get it from? They got it from the ancient mystery schools. Well, how did they get the information? Where did they get that knowledge from? Okay. If you look at the pyramid is not a tomb. The pyramid is a stargate. And they use it to transmit their consciousness, to both transmit and receive consciousness throughout the universe. So, who taught them? It was higher dimensional beings that taught them about planetary magic. How did they know about the zodiac? The oldest zodiac is found in the pyramids. Did they have telescopes? Did they have the technology? Yeah, they may have technology, but based on everything that I can discern, they were taught or they learned by transmitting their consciousness. They didn't have telescopes back then. They transmitted their consciousness throughout the universe and the solar system. Now, as I said, the Stargate works two ways. It goes transmit their consciousness into the universe so they can learn. And then there was higher dimensional beings coming through that Stargate and teaching them. Kind of goes back to the Bible, when it talks about when the angels fell and it taught man how to use fire and earth and technology. This knowledge is from a different part of the universe, and it was being passed down to generation to generation. And so when these beings came and taught them, they saw that they had a higher power, and they began to worship them, and they worshiped their knowledge. So those are the origins of Saturn worship and other planetary magic. You see, I was looking at a documentary the other day, Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind by Dr. Peter Green. Take a look at it if you get a chance. And he was basically explaining UFOs and extraterrestrial beings. And he was saying a lot of these UFO sightings and aliens that we see are basically beings, crossing dimensions and revealing themselves. I kind of believe it's 50-50 though. I kind of discern it's 50-50. I believe it's actual corporeal beings. And then you have interdimensional beings revealing themselves. And then people, when we see them, we classify them as angels or demons. You see? But it's all one. We're all from the same, and we're going back to the all. From the all, and we're going back to the all. But in regards to Saturn worship, I don't believe in worship anything. I don't worship anything. If I'm going to worship anything, I will worship myself, because we are the universe in human form. But I use that term worship as a point of reference that you can understand. Once again, it goes back to using this energy to manifest for your benefit. You see? So I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I can only tell you what I do, and that is I do not worship, because I understand the knowledge and the origins behind it. Now, the planets, when they align right, certain dimensional portals open. Like, for example, today, it's a Saturn day, during the Saturn hour, which is at sunrise. The Saturn energy is high. It invokes my chakras. It invokes me something in me psychologically. And I can communicate with that Saturn energy as well as you. And then through meditation, it invokes a certain energy in you. And that energy is used to manifest. So for me, it's not about worship. Even though I use that in the title, it's not about worship, because I understand the origins of planetary magic. And you are the universe. You're the universe in human form. So, worship is, and don't get me wrong, I was once Christian. I grew up Christian, and there was a lot of worship in it. And it was very taxing, very vexing. But worship is for religion to me. That's my perspective. You see? But use this energy to your advantage. Know that you are a part of it, as well as other planetary magics and rituals. The best thing to do, I would recommend, is know whatever your zodiac sign is, whether you're earth, water, air, or sun sign or fire sign, is to begin there. I started with Saturn, the Saturn pinnacle, because Saturn is my ruling planet as a Capricorn. You may be a Leo. You may want to start to do rituals on Sunday during sunrise and the sun hour, and you'll notice that you'll have an affinity for that particular energy. If you're a water sign, you might want to start on Mondays, 7 p.m., 2 p.m., or 9 p.m. During the day of that particular planet, the day planet, it has three, there's 3 times during that day when the energy is high. Sunrise around 2 p.m. and 9 p.m., wherever you're at. Okay? Which brings me to another thing. Who made these days? Why is Monday Moon? Why is Tuesday Mars? Why is Wednesday Mercury? Who taught them that? Once again, it goes back to higher dimensional beings, or in the case of Tehuti, which I believe was an Atlantean, and they initiated, I'm not going to say they initiated civilization, but I will say that they upgraded civilization throughout the 4 corners of the world. And with them, they brought that knowledge of the universe. And it's been passed down generation to generation. You see? At some point, and I'm going to close out with this, when the planets align right, and I was just speaking to you about portals, and we having access to energies and interdimensional beings, when they align right, we have that access. Now, planets are always moving. The Earth spins on an axis of 24 hours. Each hour has a certain zodiac sign as it spins on its axis. Okay, it's called the rising and the ascendant. And then, of course, we go we go around the sun. We go through the 30-day cycle. So there's cycles upon cycles upon cycles. So when the planets align right, and that energy comes down to our consciousness, and we're just coming out of a lower vibrational consciousness, and we're going into a higher vibrational consciousness, guess what happens to us and what's happening here? The technology on this planet rises with our consciousness. You see? And we stepped into the age of Aquarius probably about, and I'm guesstimating, probably about 20 or 10 years ago. We're coming out of Pisces. And there's another cycle going on, which is raising our consciousness. Okay? We're going in, I think we're coming out of the Bronze Age, and we're going into the Golden Age. I'll give you a perfect example. Gabon, Africa. Gabon, Africa, I think it's a 2 billion or 1 billion old nuclear reactor was found. Okay? 2 billion years old or a billion years old. I know what you're thinking. You might be thinking, well, that's just a natural rock formation. If you know anything about nuclear reactors, you know that the conditions have to be perfect. They use water. The water that they use in nuclear reactors has to be perfectly distilled. It has to be, nothing could be in it. How is that? That's because we go through cycles. The previous civilization, billions of years ago, and don't get it wrong, don't get it twisted, we are not the first advanced civilization on this planet. This planet goes through cycles. And these cycles are based on the timing of the planets and their alignment. When the consciousness is right, aligned right to go higher for the planets, our consciousness raised along, and we raise our technology. So billions of years ago, there was a much higher technology, civilization. That nuclear reactor in Gabon, Africa, is a testament of that. And to give you an idea of how advanced it was, how advanced it is, it's still radiating energy. But that energy, unlike the radiation energy that our nuclear reactors make today, that energy is not harmful. It doesn't cause sickness. It doesn't mutate your genes or nothing like that. Now, how advanced is that? And it's still sending energy billions of years later. The planets, people. The planets. Watch the planets. They will reveal mysteries and secrets to you. And when the timing is right, you can elevate your consciousness. Okay? So, and that's why, and that's one of the reasons for planetary worship. And once again, I'm just using it as a point of reference. I don't believe in worship. But in our case, using planetary magic to your advantage. Okay? It's time. It's time to empower the people. We've stepped into the age of Aquarius. The powers that be are losing control, and they know it. They feel this Aquarian energy kicking in, which empowers the people. Enlightenment, knowledge, innovation, humanity, truth, and justice. They can't discern what it is. They just feel like they're losing control. And they're trying to keep control. Particularly through this primitive technology that we're using. So it's time. Take your power back. Find out what you're working with, or your earth sign, water sign, fire sign, air sign. Find out what you're working with. Start there. Align yourself. Open those portals. It's time. Okay, fam. Ujaj Sinab.
I don't understand why you insist on learning things the hard way, Trey, but you gonna learn. Oh yeah, you gonna learn.
To reveal the hidden God, we must first analyze the old biblical and Babylonian gods commonly known as Noah, Dagon and Nimrod. There are a myriad of other gods that connect with this topic, but for the sake of over-encumbering the viewer, I will mainly focus on the three deities mentioned. Dagon, a god of the Philistines. The Etymologicum Magnum says that Dagon was Saturn, others say he was Jupiter, others say Venus, whom the Egyptians worshipped under the form of a fish. The derivation of the name Dagon, as that of a fish god, is from a fish. The Hebrew word Dagon signifies a fish, say the etymologists, from its fertility, and corn from its increase. We add that Dagon may at the same time allude to preservation, as a fish is preserved in the water, to preservation, as corn is preserved in the earth, both in reference to newness of life. For indeed Dagon is called Siton, the god of corn, because he discovered bread corn, say the mythologists, and, no doubt, mankind received the use of bread corn from him. Dagon, says Sanchuniathon, was akin to Cronus, that is Saturn, but Saturn was also Noah, and thus, Noah is Dagon. Sanchuniathon also informs us that Dagon, after he had found out bread corn, and the plough, was called Zeus Aerotrios, the god of the plough. How exactly this points to Noah, who is described as a husbandman, that is a farmer, needs no remark. The Phoenician author Sanchuniathon also says Dagon means Siton, that being the Greek word for grain. Sanchuniathon further explains, and Dagon, after he discovered grain and the plough, was called Zeus Aerotrios. The word Aerotrios means plowman, pertaining to agriculture. Dagon was represented as a man with the tail of a fish. There can be no doubt that he was connected with the Canaanitish system, as Derceto or Atargatis, the same as Ashtoreth, was worshipped under a like mixed shape at Ashkelon. In form he is the same as the Assyrian god supposed to correspond to the Roman god Saturn. The Hebrew doctrines say this idol Dagon was made from the navel downward in form of a fish, but the navel upward in form of a man. This they collect from Samuel 5:4. The two palms of his hands were cut off upon the threshold. And furthermore they say, the idol Dagon had his name from the Hebrew Dag, signifying in the holy language, a fish, according to which description we may English him, the Philistine Neptune. Others derive the name from Hebrew Dagon, signifying corn, and they say that he first invented the use of the plough, and corn, whence they translate him Jupiter Aerotrios. In this respect we call him the Philistines Saturn, because antiquity makes Saturn the first inventor of agriculture, and therefore paints him with an hook or scythe in his hand, as being the fittest hieroglyphic for agriculture. A description of the Saxon Caesar, or Saturn, is given, which declares him to be an old man, standing on a fish, with a basket of fruits and flowers in his right hand, and a wheel in his left. I think this connects him clearly with the old Sidonian idol, Dagon, of which we read in the scriptures. For the term Dagon implies corn of all sorts, and it is known that Saturn ruled over agriculture, and of course over corn. Hence, the fish on which Sita stands appears to be equivalent to the fishy parts, or lower parts, of Dagon. The god, Dagon, first appears in extant records about 2500 BC in the Murray texts and in personal Amorite names in which the Mesopotamian gods Elu, El, that is Saturn, Dagon, and Ardad are especially common. Joseph Fontenrose first demonstrated that, whatever their deep origins, at Ugarit, Dagon was identified with El, that is, Saturn. Dagon is likewise identified with Bacchus, the god of wine, who was known as Ichthys, the fish god, before Jesus was born. Alexander Hislop, author of the To Babylons, states that Jesus began to be popularly called Ichthys, that is, the fish, manifestly to identify him with Dagon. Greek Dionysus is the equivalent of Roman Bacchus, and both are known as gods of the wine and viticulture. And it is no secret the character of Jesus is always found around the symbolism of fish, bread, and wine. Transubstantiation is the change whereby, according to the teaching of the Catholic Church, the bread and the wine used in the sacrament of the Eucharist become, not merely as by a sign or a figure, but also in actual reality the body and blood of Christ. The Catholic Church teaches that the substance or reality of the bread is changed into that of the body of Christ and the substance of the wine into that of his blood, while all that is accessible to the senses remains unchanged. What remains unaltered is also referred to as the accidents of the bread and wine, but this term is not used in the official definition of the doctrine by the Council of Trent. The manner in which the change occurs, the Catholic Church teaches, is a mystery. The signs of bread and wine become, in a way surpassing understanding, the body and blood of Christ. Dagon equals fish, Saturn equals bread, Bacchus equals wine. And they further prayed to Saturn, "Give us this day our daily bread." Because the very name of Saturn was derived from the word satu, to sow, as corn is sown in the earth, and Sator, the sower. The Philistines had a god they called Dagon, from dag equals a fish, and on equals the sun equals the fish sun, or the sun in Pisces. Just as Jesus, Ichthyes, personifies the sun in the age of Pisces. In this we see a solid connection between Dagon and Jesus, and thus, Saturn is Noah, Noah is Dagon, Dagon is Jesus, Jesus is Saturn, in layman's terms. Jordan Maxwell even pointed out, the Hebrews themselves worshipped Dagon as Noah. The mythical Hebrew male was adapted from the Babylonian account of Gilgamesh, although their Bible stated he was a Philistine god. The Christian Catholic faith today represents him and worships him as well, using the crown for their demigod the Pope. Using the ancient fish god's staff and crown, why do humans so ignorant and needy not question any of the origins of these symbolic meanings? Bel as Cronus, or Saturn, he was the father of the gods, and the father of the gods was also known as Janus, who was called the god of gods, from whom the gods had their origin. Now, Ovid makes Janus say of himself, "The ancients called me Chaos," and Chaos was the Greek god of confusion. Homer proclaims Janus and Saturn to be two titles of the same person. Dagon, the fish god, represents the deity Noah as a manifestation of the same patriarch who had lived so long in the waters of the deluge. As the Pope bears the keys of Janus, who was also previously shown to be Saturn, so he wears the mitre of Dagon, the two-horned mitre, which the Pope wears when he sits on the high altar at Rome and receives the adoration of the cardinals, is the very same mitre worn by Dagon, the fish god of the Philistines and Babylonians. Kronos or Saturn was no particular deity, but the universal numen of the whole world. This is plainly affirmed by Dionysius of Halicarnassus, where, commending the fertility of Italy, he writeth thus, "Wherefore it is no wonder, if the ancients thought this country to be sacred to Saturn, they supposing this god to be the giver and perfecter of all happiness to men, whether we ought to call him Kronos, as the Greeks will have it, or Cronus as the Romans, he being either way such a god as comprehends the whole nature of the world." But the word Saturn was Hedrorian, which language was originally Oriental, and being derived from Hebrew Satur, signifies hidden, so that by Saturn was meant that hidden principle of the universe, which containeth all things, and he was therefore called by the Romans, Deus Latius, the hidden god, as the wife of Saturn in the pontifical books is Latia Saturni, and the land itself, which in the Hedrorian language was Saturnia, is in the Roman Latium, from whence the inhabitants were called Latins, which is as much as to say, the worshippers of the hidden god. This is the same as the first principle of the Egyptian triad called Amun, which signifies hidden, or Jupiter Amun. Jupiter is visibly derived from the Hebrew word Jehovah, which was read differently Jehu or Jau, which signifies the being that is, the self-existent being. To this Jau was added the word father, or pater, and hence came Jau pater, or Jupiter of the Romans. The Greeks translated the word Jau by Zeus. This word Zeus they changed into Dios, and by adding pater called the supreme god Diospiter, the father of life. St. Austin himself concludes that according to this Varronian notion of Saturn, likewise, the pagan Jupiter and Saturn were really but one and the same Numen. Therefore, we may with good reason affirm that Saturn was another name for the supreme god amongst the pagans. It signifies that secret and hidden power, which comprehends, pervades, and supports the whole world. According to tradition, declares Dr. Hermann Hohe, Saturn, Nimrod, fled from his pursuers to Italy. The Apennine Mountains of Italy were anciently named the Mountains of Nembrod, or Nimrod. Nimrod briefly hid out at the site where Rome was later built. The ancient name of Rome before it was rebuilt in 753 BC was Saturnia, the site of Saturn's, Nimrod's, hiding. There he was found and slain for his crimes. Likewise, the worship of this hidden god is still prominent in the Catholic Church today. The Pope, as the fountain of knowledge or head of the mysteries in the Church of Rome, holds the same position as did Nimrod at the head of the Chaldean mysteries. Nimrod, as god of the Chaldean mysteries, was known as Saturn. Saturn and mystery are both Chaldean words, and they are correlative terms. As mystery signifies hidden system, so Saturn signified the hidden god. To those who were initiated the god was revealed, to all else he was hidden. Now, the name Saturn in Chaldee is pronounced Satyr, but consists only of 4 letters, thus stir. By way of gematria, apply the value of the letters in the Hebrew or Chaldee alphabets, and you have the number 666. Let him that has understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of man, and his number is 666. It is well known the name Jesus in Greek is Jesus, and Jesus when applied to gematria adds up to 888. However, in basis 9 numerology the name Jesus is worth 666. Likewise, with the character of Jesus being a representation of the sun, it comes as no surprise that Agrippa's magic sun square also adds up to the number 666. Now, it is necessary to mention it is no coincidence that we find Saturn, Jesus and the sun bearing this apocalyptic number, no matter which method of numerology be applied. The chances of finding all 3 names connecting with the number 666 are 1,000,000 to 1. What must be noted here is that the number 666 is a number that directly references the sun or the beast that rises in the east. From the Babylonian standpoint, the god of Babylon and his successor, the Pope, bear the number 666, and the Pope represents the present Saturn at the head of the mystery of iniquity. The original name of Rome was Saturnia, the city of Saturn. It was probably so named by the representative of the mystery of Babylon, who was stationed on Capitol Hill long before the fabled founding of Rome. The Pope, as the head of the mysteries of the Church of Rome, requires the services of the Church of Rome to be in the Latin language, and calls his church the Latin Church. Saturn and Latinos have precisely the same exact meaning. Latin is from the Greek Platinos, which is synonymous with Saturn, and each belong to the hidden one or the god of mystery. Apply the value of the letters in the Greek alphabet and you have Latium, Latinus, the Roman form of the Greek Platinos, and Latio, to lie hid, all alike come from the Chaldean, Lat, which has the same meaning. The name, Lat, or the hidden one, had evidently been given, as well as Saturn, to the great Babylonian god. This is evident from the name of the fish Latus, which was worshipped along with the Egyptian Minerva, in the city of Latopolis in Egypt, now Esna, that fish Latus evidently just being another name for the fish god Dagon. We have seen that Ichthys, or the fish, was one of the names of Bacchus, and the Assyrian goddess Atargatis, with her son Ichthys, is said to have been cast into the lake of Ascalon. If then, the Pope is as we have seen, the legitimate representative of Saturn, the number of the Pope, as head of the mystery of iniquity, is just 666. But still further, it turns out, as we have seen, that the original name of Rome itself was Saturnia, the city of Saturn. This is vouched to like by Ovid, by Pliny, and by Aurelius Victor. Thus, then the Pope has a double claim to the name and number of the beast. He is the only legitimate representative of the original Saturn at this day in existence, and he reigns in the very city of the Seven Hills where the Roman Saturn formerly reigned, and from his residence in which the whole of Italy was long after called by his name, being commonly named the Saturnian land. But what bearing, it may be said, has this upon the name Lady Knows, which is commonly believed to be the name of the beast? Much. It proves that the common opinion is thoroughly well founded. Saturn and Lady Knows are just synonymous, having precisely the same meaning, and belonging equally to the same god. The observer cannot forget the lines of Virgil, which showed that Lady Knows, to whom the Romans or Latin race traced back their lineage, was represented with a glory around his head, to show that he was a child of the sun. Thus then, it is evident that, in popular opinion, the original Lady Knows had occupied the very same position as Saturn did in the mysteries, who was equally worshipped as the offspring of the sun. Moreover, it is evident that the Romans knew that the name Lady Knows signified the Hidden One, for their antiquarians invariably affirm that Latium received its name from Saturn, lying hid there, on etymological grounds. Then, even on the testimony of the Romans, Lady Knows is equivalent to the Hidden One, that is, to Saturn, the god of mystery, while Saturn, therefore, is the name of the beast, and contains the mystic number, Lady Knows, which contains the same number, is just as peculiar and distinctive an appellation of the same beast. The Pope then, as the head of the beast, is equally Lady Knows or Saturn, that is, the head of the Babylonian mystery. When, therefore, the Pope requires all his services to be performed in their Latin tongue, that is as much as to say that they must be performed in the language of mystery, when he calls his church the Latin Church, that is equivalent to a declaration that it is the Church of Mystery. Thus then, by this very name of the Pope's own choosing, he has with his own hands written upon the very forehead of his apostate communion its divine apocalyptic designation, Mystery Babylon the Great. The Pope, therefore, undoubtedly bears the number of the beast, or that man of sin. The city of Rome is Saturnia, or the city of Saturn, the hidden god, the god of the mysteries, whom the Pope represents. The Latin Church being the church of the mystery, and the Latin tongue being the language of the mystery, is the reason why the Pope, who bears the number of the mystery, requires the services of the mystery held in the church of the mystery to be conducted in the language of the mystery. And in no way is this secluded to the Roman Catholic Church, as it is no secret that the basis for Christianity and its teachings lay on the foundation of the Roman Catholic Church, and as it has been shown and proved that Saturn masquerades in the guise known as Jesus Christ, the child of the sun, with a glory around his head. Hence, the hidden god Saturn.